Hi, how are you? Dr. Virginia, how are you? Dr. Charles?
I'm okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible.
Good
Dr.
day,
Charles?
everybody.
Hello, how are
Yeah,
you?
good day.
Oh, good.
Very fine. Good.
Happy to see you
Thank
here.
you. Thank you very much.
Welcome. So happy to see you here.
Hello.
Thanks for all the support. Dr.
Thank
Simi
you.
Mishra, good afternoon.
Good
Nice.
Welcome.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi, everyone.
Chandramalaji, good afternoon. Welcome.
Very good afternoon
Yeah.
and good evening from my side.
Yeah, that's right. Royce, happy to see you here. Hope all is well. Is it? You're muted. You're muted, dear.
Yeah, everything is well, and only for the glitch that we all faced. But this is something that has to come and pass. Okay.
Everyone is using this link. That's the task now. That's the challenge. Anyway, let's see. Miss Sarah,
You can
welcome.
hear me. You can hear me, right?
Miss Sarah. I know you're one of the speaker. President Aitan, I couldn't see your name. Welcome to Sarbani.
President
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Okay. Should we wait for some more time? Yes. Welcome to Dr. Lakshmi.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Good evening and a warm welcome. Good evening, Maria. Maria Roshan.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Arunesh Srivatsav. Happy to have you here, sir. Thank you so much. I'm just waiting for them to join. As soon as they join, I think I can just share the backdrop if you want to. Mr. Arunesh, will you be able to change your backdrop?
I have added the backdrop. It's there on the left and GSFN is on the right.
Okay.
If you still want me to change it, I can. It's not an issue.
I thought it will be uniform. It's okay, fine. It's fine. But Sarah, you want me to help you with your backdrop? Mr. Sarah, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Victory.
Hello.
Hello.
I hope that you are one of the speaker or you have just joined as audience. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm one of the speakers. I'll be talking about the RCS today.
Yeah, Mr. Shamim Beg has joined. We need
Hi, ma'am.
Dr. Nada. Dr. Virginia, could you please track for Dr. Nada and Dr. Ringa because they are one of the moderators.
Hi, ma'am. This is Lakshmi from Amit. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but not the first part. Sure, I heard you the second part from IGEN, but not the first part.
I am Dr. Lakshmi, ma'am. I am in travel. I will be waiting over 5 minutes.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Lakshmi. So happy to have you here. Mr.
Yes,
Bharat, we're so happy to have you here. I think you're on the speaker. Second speaker, I think. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, thank you.
So, should we start the session? Mr. Niranjan, can we start the session? Are you going live?
Yes, I will start, ma'am. It's showing live.
It's showing live. Okay. What about Facebook Live? Is it okay? Is going to be Dr. Virginia?
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. I'm here.
We'll not have Facebook Live,
Can you hear
right?
me?
What you said.
Unfortunately, in my I don't know whose link this is. Whose link are we using?
That's Snigda's.
It seems that Facebook is not connecting. Okay, it seems that Facebook is not connecting. Only it's going directly to YouTube.
Yeah, ma'am.
Let me
Sorry
see
for the
who. Let me
disturbance.
see who has access.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
directly launched this
who?
in YouTube Live. So in this Zoom, we can able to use OBS also. We can able to use with the help of OBS. We need to launch a Facebook Live.
Okay.
Just try it
So
once.
would you like to try that, or should we wait for it, or should we go ahead with the session?
In my side, I can't able to try, ma'am. Why means I am launching the YouTube live right now itself.
Okay.
So I can able to see another persons who are in this meeting. We can able to do anything. I will give you the options. What are the means? OBS record. There is one app is there. We need to install that and just we
installing will
make
take
this.
longer. That's too ambitious. Let's not do that.
Yeah,
Welcome
okay.
to Dr. Vishnu. Happy
Yes.
to have you here, sir.
Yes,
Welcome.
good afternoon to all of you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much.
Dr. Vishnu, would you like to change your backdrop?
I must go to the setting. Let me see.
Okay. Madam Sandhya?
Yeah.
Are you okay to start the session?
Yeah, just give me a moment.
Okay. One request before we start the session is that if at all, though we have just given in the planner, like these speakers will be moderated by certain moderators. Since we don't have Dr. Nada here, I'm just expecting her to join anytime. If she's going to join, she'll take over. And Dr. Inga is also not there. In that case, Madam Virginia, will you be able to do the moderation for all the speakers when it comes to Nada, Inga?
The reason why I requested just to be here is that today I'm in the countryside and my Wi-Fi is very, very late, very, very, very weak. So that's why it goes in and out. But I can try to help as much as I can. But I think that if we could pick somebody, I don't think I'll be able to be on the whole time. I may be able to go in
we need
and
to
out
just shuffle between our moderating team, like Mr. Arnish and Dr. Zahira. Thanks for being there in spite of your personal commitment somewhere else on a personal note. Dr. Lakshmi. So maybe we need to, of course, I'm there to support anytime in the last minute I'm there to pitch in. And we can just do the moderation. We can do the summing up. And Dr. Simi also can do the summing.
Yes.
Yes. Is that clear? And we request all the speakers to stick on to the timing because it's already, we are starting nearly half an hour late. In India, according to the time schedule, what we have just given, it goes till 10 o'clock and it's going to be extended more, I'm sure about it. So let's very scrupulously stick on to the timing, conscientiously stick on to the timing, and then we can start. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji to welcome everyone. Thank you.
So a very very good evening to this star-studded digital dais. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you present here. We're going to discuss on the changing climate and how to combat it for a better future. So I also take this opportunity to welcome our community partners, GSFN, which is Global Sustainable Futures Network, who work on projects about the bringing about environment and conservation for a better future with projects and networking. And so also IGEN, which is abbreviated as Institution of Green Engineers Network, and IIU, which is our global university, which brings about knowledge on focus from anytime, anywhere on this planet. May I request Dr. Simi Mishra to spearhead and introduce UCLan and R&D University. Dr. Simi Mishra? You can't find her?
Okay, it's okay. Dr. Simi might have had some internet problem and she has
Okay, I will go ahead and talk about. So we also have University of Lancashire from the UK, who the Center of Socio-Legal Studies, which are involved in this similar activity. We have R&D Creativity University, which brings in patent for all kinds of creative and any kind of knowledge boost. And now it is my time to welcome the team leaders. So our GSFN and UCLan is headed by Dr. Renuka Thakur and IGEN by Dr. L. Ramesh of IGEN. And IAU is headed by our renowned visionary Piyush Pandit, and R&D by Dr. Vijay Kumar Salvia, and Educate Global by our dear Srividya Kumar. And we also have our panel of experts to be welcomed. May I request Dr. Simi Mishra if she's available to do that? Dr. Vidya, could you help me with that?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, thank you, Madam Sandhya Balaji. Once again, a warm welcome and a very grand good evening to one and all from UAE. Well, before going ahead with the session, first of all, wishing you a very, very, very happy New Year 2024. I'm sure like this is one of the greatest union that we are carrying on this platform. On this platform, why are we just being here, taking away a time from the evening or the morning or whatever thing? It's just sharing and caring. That's a basic thing. It's either sharing of values, sharing of knowledge, sharing of beliefs, sharing of happiness, sharing of overcoming challenges that we did so much, that we did just now, okay? So it's just basically on the concept of sharing. Basically, when it comes to sharing and caring. So what is that we are going to share and how we are going to make use of the opportunity of sharing that has been given to us by God? Who has given this opportunity? Definitely, it is a blessing which has come to us from God to share our knowledge, to be with eminent personalities. We don't know who are the people who have joined. It's just an introduction to say hello. We have His Excellency Charles Sir with us. Warm welcome to you, Charles Sir. It's a greatest privilege to have you on our show. And definitely,
thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Charles, for being here on our show. And definitely, Mr. Arunesh Srivatsav. Again, he's another veteran, most eminent personality when it comes to sustainability. When you talk sustainability, the very synonymous name that we can think about when sharing knowledge, it is definitely Arunesh Srivatsav, sir. Thank you so much. A warm welcome to you, sir. And of course, our speaker, our partners, when it comes to our partners, we are partnering with different universities. Why are we even doing it? We have Dr. Virginia representing IIU. IIU is full of knowledge. The other synonymous name which I can give for IIU is only knowledge. They share knowledge, they give knowledge, and they give opportunities to people to share knowledge. Thank you, Dr. Virginia. Thanks for being here as a representative of IAU. It's just wonderful having you here. Hope you will have a good time here. Don't worry about it. Problems come. How do we overcome the problems? And our good example of IGEN, who has proved themselves today that they are being a supporting partner of through and through for overcoming the challenges. Thank you so much. A great grand welcome to all the team members of IIU. A big round of applause to them for helping us just to have this new Zoom link, YouTube link, such that all our efforts don't go waste. You know, like it's not like we are sharing knowledge. We have got youth, the younger generation who has joined us on this platform to share their knowledge, to share their expertise, to share their experiences. And this is a platform for them to maybe a first platform, or for some people, it might be just the first experience to share this on a global platform. think about the expectations, think about the dream, think about the aspirations, think about those happiness which they would have had just preparing themselves for this great event. Thank you so much. Wonderful having you all speakers. It's really, really a greatest honor and privilege to have each one of you here. And also our program directors, Mr. Salom Azimaya. If I'm getting your name right, I'm so happy about it. If I'm getting your name wrong, you have every liberty to correct me. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here on this platform. It's always a greatest support. Definitely our panel of judges who are here, Dr. Zakira from IGEN and Dr. Lakshmi from IGEN again. These people have really given their hearts and soul to just scrutinize all these speakers. Last but not the least, we cannot miss out three great personalities. Mr. Dr. Ramesh, who is the pillar of support, from IGEN. He is the one who is activating IGEN, and IGEN has been virtuously, have been working through and through across India with all the projects of sustainable projects. So the students from IGEN, representing IGEN, they are here to share the projects, and they're here to share their experiences. Thank you so much, Dr. Zakira. Once again, a warm welcome to you, Ma'am. Dr. Lakshmi, IGEN, thank you so much. Once again, a warm welcome to you. It's really wonderful having you here. And last but not the least, the R&D University, with representing Dr. Vijay Kumar Salvia. With due respects, we welcome you, sir. Though we miss you for the session, would like to have you for the other future sessions. And of course, the another brain behind the whole project, Dr. Renuka Thakur, the owner of GSFN, the one who has brought all these people together. If at all we are having this session, I think we should be thankful to Dr. Renuka in gratitude, remembering her. With her blessings, we'll just go on with the session. Well, thank you so much. And our two great pillars, our two great hosts for today, Dr. Simi Mishra. Should I introduce you, or you can introduce yourself?
You can introduce me, you will do it quickly. I'll take time.
Yeah, sure. They have been known for women empowerment. If at all, I can say one simple sentence, because of lack of time, we need to cut short everything. I'm just going very fast. If at all, I can relate anything to Dr. Simi Mishra too, is that women empowerment. She has forever stood for women empowerment, and Madam Sadhya Balaji is always for youth empowerment, because both of them are heading or been doing their own, not to mention anything, they've been very busy in their own regime of work. Well, moving ahead to today's session, COP 2030 is exactly how did it has come up? Is an offshoot of COP 28. From the COP 28 Global Youth Statement, we just picked out saying that we will support the young people coordination of YOUNGO, the official children and youth constituency of UNFCCC. And that's how this has come up with that. The whole project has come up with that. And it has its vision. What is the vision and mission of COP 2030? Is that it's otherwise called as Youth Mystery Convoy. It's Youth Mystery. We are calling all the youth members who are joining us on our session as ministers who are going to administer policies, strategies to handle this sustainable solutions. So we are going to enhance their participation. We are going to instill education. We are going to amplify their voices, and we are going to spur into action to motivate and evaluate their performances. We have got a panel of judges who are going to help us with that. On that note, today's topic is on climatic adaptation. Briefing a very little about climatic adaptation. What does it refer to? It refers to adjusting climatic changes, current and expected future impacts. It involves taking proactive measures to reduce vulnerabilities and enhance resilience and cope with the changing climatic conditions. The climatic adaptation is a critical component of addressing the challenges of the climatic change alongside mitigation efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Climatic adaptation is an ongoing and evolving process. We all know it. And the climatic change unfolds into continuously assessment and update with strategies as a new information and challenges emerge and they are being shared. So these adaptation efforts are crucial in reducing the potential damage and disruptions caused by the climatic change and ensuring well-being and resilience of the communities and ecosystem. On that note, we do have certain pointers that we have given to our speakers who are going to come up with their own suggestions. That is understanding of global warming of 1.5 degrees centigrade, projected climatic change, potential impacts and associated risks, reason for concern. RFCs illustrate the impacts and risks of people, economies and ecosystem across the sectors and regions, emission pathways and systems transition consistent to 1.5 global warming, and strengthening the global response in this context with sustainable developmental efforts. And last but not the least, indicative linkages between mitigation options and sustainable development using SDGs. So these were the pointers that we have given. So during the conversation, our beloved speakers, our eminent speakers, our youth ministers are going to share their experiences with us. On that note, over to Madam Sandhya Balaji to take it forward to the first speaker so that we don't waste much time and we can go ahead. Thank you so much. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Vidya. So we begin the session of the day with our first pointer, understanding of global warming, 1.5 degrees Celsius. And with us, we are looking forward to hear from S. Subia Mehak, who is a student of Electric and Electronics Engineering and member of iGen.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, dear.
Audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Subia Mehak, a proud member of iGen. I am here today to discuss on the topic global warming and implication of 1.5 degrees Celsius rise on behalf of iGen. I am very grateful for this opportunity, which given me a pleasure to speak in front of such an eminent scholars. So without any further delay, I get into the topic, understanding global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Just a minute. Ma'am, can you make me host so that I can share my screen?
Yeah.
You can able to share now.
Yes, Subia, you should be able to share the screen.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead, Subia. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So this is the overview. Here I'm going to talk about what is meant by global warming and global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, its causes and effects, and why it is important to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, its mitigation strategies and challenges and obstacles. Finally, I conclude with some solution and individual actions to be taken. So before understanding global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, it is important to know about what is meant by global warming and its effect and causes in the environment. So firstly, global warming generally refers to the long-term increase in Earth's average temperature. This is primarily due to human activities that releases greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. What these greenhouse gases does is, it traps heat, leading to the gradual increase in the temperature across the planet. So the greenhouse gases like CO2, methane, nitrous oxide are released in the environment by both human activities and as well as natural factors. The human activities like burning fossil fuels and deforestation. As we all know, trees take in carbon dioxide and gives out oxygen. If we cut down trees, means there is less trees to soak up CO2. It increases the level of CO2 in the atmosphere. The industrial process also releases CO2 in the atmosphere, and sometimes waste management also releases greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. For example, organic waste, when doesn't manage properly in the landfills, it rots and produces methane gas in the atmosphere. The natural factors like volcanic eruption and solar radiation fluctuation is also responsible for the global warming by producing greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So there is a proverb, too much of anything is good for nothing. The same goes for this. These activities make a thick blanket of gases across the earth. This blanket help us to keep us warm. But when it gets too thick, too much heat stays in, making the earth warmer. So this leads to the biggest problem causing climate change, leading to various problems. So our topic mainly focuses on global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. This 1.5 degree specifically refers to the target set by Paris Agreement, a landmark international treaty to limit the global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. It says that to prevent worsening and potentially irreversible effect of climate change, the world's temperature should not increase that of pre-industrial levels by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. So there may be a question arise why it's important to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now think of Earth like your body. When you have slight fever, a slight increase in temperature can lead to more issues in our body. The same goes for our planet. When the temperature gets too hot, it causes problems like extreme weather, rising sea levels, hurting plants and animals by disturbing ecosystem. So keeping global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is like making sure the Earth's temperature doesn't rise too much so we can reduce these big problems. So staying within this threshold significantly lowers the risk of irreversible climate impacts. It offers a lifeline to vulnerable regions and it protects biodiversity. Keeping the Earth's temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius promote human health, water resources, food security, and overall improvement. So the important concept here is IPCC report. IPCC stands for Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So what this says is it is a leading international body for assessment of climate change. It acts as the key source of scientific information and technical guidance to Paris Agreement, United Nations Convention Framework on Climate Change. So in simple words, IPCC report is a scientific study that outlines the effect of different levels of global warming. This report examines the temperature trends and predicts how much our planet might change with a 1.5 degrees Celsius rise in temperature. So it looks at the historical data and predicts the future scenarios. So also it outlines the differences in importance between 1.5 degrees Celsius rise and higher temperature. As we all know, 1.5 degrees Celsius still brings severe causes in our weather, like, sorry ma'am, do anyone said anything?
Please go ahead, child.
Okay ma'am. So 1.5 degrees Celsius rise still brings severe impacts like extreme weather, even sea level rise, loss of biodiversity. Notably, this effect is less severe compared to more than 1.5 degrees Celsius rise. So beyond 1.5 degrees, the consequences become much more severe and widespread. Overall, the IPCC report serves as the critical scientific document that underlines the importance of immediate action by government, communities, and societies worldwide. So here is the report of 2023. What it says is, without significant reduction in greenhouse gases emission, there is a more than 50% chance of exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming by 2021 to 2040. Under high emission scenarios, this threshold might reach even earlier. To limit this, greenhouse gases reduction is necessary by 2030 by emission peaking 2025. So overall, it says shifting away from fossil fuels and adopting strategies like retiring existing infrastructure, embracing renewable energy, and developing carbon technologies are vital to avoid overheating emission limits. Even the mitigation strategies have some challenges and obstacles. They are economic barriers, policy and international cooperation, technical limitation. Addressing these obstacles requires innovative fencing models, international agreements that address diverse needs, and the advancement of affordable, efficient, clean technology. Also, the collaboration with governments, industries, and communities is crucial to overcome these challenges and effectively combat with climate change. Adapting to 1.5 degrees Celsius warming is important because it prepares us to face challenges caused by climate change. By adjusting how we live and work, we can better protect ourselves and our environment from the severe impacts of rising temperature. This means creating plans to deal with extreme weather, safeguarding our food and water sources, ensuring our communities are safe from rising seas, and finding ways to keep our economics healthy and ecosystem healthy. We should understand that updating to 1.5 degree warming involves both broader solutions and individual actions. The community and government actions involves infrastructure improvement, ecosystem protection, water and food security, yearly warning system, and urban planning. Also, there are some actions that individuals need to perform to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, like reducing personal energy consumption by using energy efficient appliances. Next is making eco-friendly choices such as reducing waste, recycling, and supporting sustainable products. Water conservation is also the main thing. And the next most important activity is community involvement. Getting involved in local initiatives, educating people about climate change, and advocating sustainable practices in your community will make awareness among people about the global warming and why it is important to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So, by understanding all this detail about global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, I finally conclude that adapting to 1.5 degrees Celsius helps us become stronger in the face of climate challenges and protects our way of life for the future. Thank you. So, you have any queries, please go ahead.
Yeah, we will do the opening of the floor later. Thank you, Subia. It was insightful. We now have next Dr. Bishnupada Bose from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India, to deliver his thoughts.
Who has to give the summary for her?
Myself, ma'am.
I can do the
Dr.
summary.
Lakshmi.
That's not
Please,
a problem.
Dr. Lakshmi.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shall I proceed, ma'am? Shall I summarize, sir?
Please. Thank you.
Actually, at present, this type of session is needed. Why? Because we are suffering a lot because of global warming, and her information about the effects and causes, and what are all the measures we have to take, and what are the government has taken the efforts are also being discussed by her, which is very, very useful and present information needed by us. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. And may I now invite Dr. Bishnupada Bose from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur.
Yes, I am here. I am trying to sharing my screen.
Yes, doctor.
Yes,
I am trying to sharing my screen, but it is showing disable.
Disable?
Sir, you can able to share your screen now, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Vishnu, you should be able to share your screen now.
Yes, yes.
Could you please try?
It is visible to all of you?
You have not shared your screen yet, sir.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir. It is visible now. Please go ahead, Dr. Vishnu. Thank you so much.
Yes. Very good afternoon, all head of the conference, directors, dignitaries, respected guests, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon and good evening, good morning in the different location. I am Dr. Bishnupada Bose from Kolkata, India. I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you that I'm given a scope to discuss about understanding of global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this is the very significant number, 1.5 degrees Celsius climate change benchmark. Actually, the fact is that before industrialization, there was agriculture professions throughout the globe, across the globe. So that time, people not using any fossil fuels or energies. When this scientists have discovered this energy below the earth, fossil fuel is there, that can be mobilized industry, and gradually industrialization has started, and people are start to using fossil fuel, especially petroleum product and coal. That is a very high rich carbon is there. So since industrialization now today, the accumulating of greenhouse gas is a severe problem in throughout the globe, because it's raising the temperature and it's the global warming. And main thing is carbon dioxide. That property of the carbon dioxide can holding the heats. So gradually it is raising. This is the major issues at present times. So since from Stockholm Conference 1972 to till date, there is many things is there, many conference, many programs, seminars, and at the same time scientists also striving to mitigate the global warming climate change problem. And finally, the research outcome and mutually decision by the different scientists from the different domain, that 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature above the pre-industrial times, it is a significant numbers. So many things is there. Oh, sorry. So the 1.5 degree target was based on assessment of the impact of climate change and different levels of warming. Actually, in the earth, somewhere is very cold region, somewhere is very hotter regions. So how this, what would be the actual temperature numbers? So 1.5 degree based on the hotter region, colder region, both they are considering. If 1.5 degree to 2 degrees Celsius is there, so we can gradually mitigate the global warming climate change issues, and at the same time community can adapt the situations. So for instance, that IPCC report found that at this temperature, extreme heat is significantly less common at instance in many parts of the world than 2 degrees Celsius, and at the other extreme, the coldest night at high latitude warm by around 4.5 degrees, when the world is at an average in 1.5 degree warming. And another issue is rising of sea level. So scientists has come in the conclusion that rising of sea level at 1.5 degrees Celsius is lower than the compared to the 2 degrees Celsius. And the rising of sea level beyond 2100 also will be continue, but it would happen more slowly at 1.5 degrees Celsius than 2 degrees Celsius. In between time, community can adapt the situation. This is one significant point. This 1.5 degrees Celsius decided by the different scientists, United Nations, IPCC, mainly to mitigate the coming severe situation in the earth, to prevent worsening and potential irreversible effect of the climate change. In 2015, this is the history of the Paris Agreement. In response of the growing urgency of climate impact, nearly every country in the world signed on the Paris Agreement, a landmark of international treaty. Under 195 nations pledged to hold the earth temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level, and going further aim to the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level. Though scientists mentioned the time period 1850 to 1900, it is actually a probable time period that scientists decided that this is the pre-industrial period. So we have also followed these times, 1850 to 1900s. But based on the research finding today, keeping below the 1.5 degree line is no guarantee of avoiding extreme global warming effect. This is one word and the scientists have mentioned in the research papers. So now this is the situations in the graphical representation from a journals, that now we are here at 2017, almost 1 degree, near about 1 degree Celsius, and 1.5 degree is as here. Now it is a projections line. So we have to introduce the policies, regulations, and awareness among the societies, industries, corporate entrepreneurs, how to mitigate these issues to keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius. And the major initiative is that shifting towards renewable energies, renewable resources. This is the major initiatives. At the same time, industrial innovations like Kyoto Protocol, looking the things that how industry will automate to new technologies, how shape the fossil fuels, how shape the energies, and in turn we can reduce the use of fossil fuels. So this is the different initiatives already has taken by the different countries. 1.5 degree significance stated different scientists in different way in their research papers. So Deputy Director of MIT also mentioned that keeping 1.4 degree is better than 1.5 and 1.3 is better than 1.4 and so on. So science does not tell us that if, for example, the temperature increase in 1.51 degrees Celsius, then it would definitely be the end of the world. Similarly, the temperature, if 1.49 degrees Celsius increase, it does not mean that we will eliminate all impact of the climate change. So we can say that the lower the target of the for an increase in temperature, the lower the risk of the climate impact. So obviously, that first line is that there is nothing miracle or magical about the number of 1.5. Other than that, is an agreed aspirational target and based on the research outcome mainly. So to keep global warming is no more than 1.5 degree as called for the Paris Agreement, emission needs to be reduced by 45% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. So already different countries has taken initiative as directed by the United Nations in different conferences, different seminars, different program that shifting towards renewable energy, renewable resources. Accordingly, first world country already they have come up with the solutions almost. But Kyoto Protocol is another thing that, like USA has declared that they cannot move from their happiness index what they have present in their country. So accordingly, carbon credit issues also there. So that is also related to this 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's a major milestone, and already it is in the in acting positions in the Kyoto protocols. Carbon credit system, that is also initiative taken by the United Nations, and different countries agreed in this treaty, that Kyoto protocols things. Now we are very close to 1.5 degrees Celsius. As I said in the previous slide that 2017, the temperature observed by the different institute research centers that almost 1 degree Celsius near about. So in 2022, the average global temperature was 1.15 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level. So according to the WMO, the cyclic weather phenomena, that is also coming into the natural self-sustaining system. La Nina recently contributed to the temporarily cooling and dampening the effect of human-induced climate change. But La Nina lasted for 3 years and ended around March 2023. That is also a good thing, but it is a natural self-sustained thing. It is not out of the, not the control by the human. It is the earth mechanism system, under the earth mechanism system. So it is also good sign, but it is a temporarily solution they may be provided. Also, WMA predicted for each of the next 4 years, the global average temperature is likely to swing between 1.1 to 1.8 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. So, if current warming rate continues, the world would reach human-induced global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius around 2040. this is research data declared that showing their graph that if current warming rate continues, the almost 2014 we crossed the 1.5 degrees Celsius. So that is the major deadline, and already different countries as per the direction of the United Nations and other bodies start to working in to come up with the solution. And among the major solutions, one is renewable energies, shifting toward the renewable energies, and another is optimization resources. That is major things, and that also related to circular economy. That I'm coming to the next slide. It is I'm taking this from the papers that probable deadline and projections is come out sorry, outcome of the research from the different scientists across the globe. So we are here now at 1.3 degrees Celsius at 2023. So we are not so far beyond 1.5. It is very near 1.5 Paris Agreement goal. So we have to act accordingly in the realistic way, mainly shifting towards renewable energy, material optimization, including social awareness, rural development, women empowerment, education systems in the college school levels, all are included in this significance point of 1.5 degrees Celsius. In turn, this all are related to sustainable development goal of 17 sustainable SDGs. So all are interconnected things. Now action needed to overcome these situations. And to keep global warming not more than 1.5 degrees as called for the Paris Agreement, emission needs to be reduced by 45% to 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. Among the major initiatives, now it is an emerging technology or emerging trend that circular economy principles. It is essential for fighting climate change and to achieve goal of net zero emissions. Currently, material extraction and use of material extraction and use generating 70% of global greenhouse gas emission. So that is a huge amount. Unsustainable consumption and production is a high impact sector such as industry, building, construction, and agriculture. So through the circular economy process in these sectors, we can achieve reduction of greenhouse gases in a large scale. The studies shows us that through efficient and more circular use of material in just 4K industrial materials, cement, steel, plastic, aluminium, and that circular economy strategies can help to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 40% by 2050. Circular economy, presently it is well accepted to the global community, industrialists, corporates, entrepreneurs, but as per the research data, world is only now in 9% in the circular economy positions. So that research paper is mentioned, our world is still only 9% circular. So that means 91% potential still in folding condition. So that 91% potential, we have to look in these sectors. Industries, industrialists, corporator already started to focus in this major area where we can reduce global warming, we can reduce greenhouse gases, and we can reduce the use of fossil fuels, and at the same time resource optimizations, all things is there. If we can able to implement circular economy throughout the globe in a full scale. So first world country already started their connected industries like industrial ecology, industrial park. These all are related things. First world country already implemented these things. In our country, it has started, but like C&D waste, construction and demolition waste in the Delhi, Maharashtra, they have started to recycle this material through the circular economy principle. And many initiative government has been taken, plastic waste and others in India. with the and CII also involved in these sectors, and all professors also involved in these sectors to develop the circular economy process in the industry, so that we can reach the net zero goal in 2050, because the circular economy mainly help us to reduce greenhouse gases, material optimization, and mitigate the global warming and climate changes. It is a major sectors. So this is the net zero process. Now coming to the things, if we can follow the all protocols stated, directed by the United Nations or countries' own policies, regulations for the betterment of the earth, to save the earth, then we can reach net zero goal in 2050. But it included global initiatives, including first world country, developing country, all. The major focus should be shifting towards renewable sectors, renewable energy, because that is the major things from where carbon dioxide produced and holding the heat in the atmosphere and increase the global warming, and that disrupting action started through the climate change. So this is the emission target. Hope all countries will run in the same tune to reach the goal of 2050, based on the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, and it is the next target for us, for the global community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful input. May I request Dr. Lakshmi to summarize the same?
Ma'am, this summary was my role, if I can go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Mr. Arnish.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to Dr. Bose for taking us through from the conceptual level to the actionable parts and how different concepts are linked in with this. And the first thing is what I sort of drew a parallel from. When you see climate diplomacy or policy negotiations, there is a principle called common but differentiated responsibility, wherein the categorization was between developing and developed nations. So similarly, Bose sir in his first couple of slides, he brought in a common but differentiated impact. So the 1.5 degree impact is not the same at all places, at all conditions. So somewhere there might be a 4 degree impact, somewhere there is a 6 degree impact, like what he said. So the effects will be felt in different ways, but then it is a common global concern that everyone has to work for. The second thing is, I think again, now what he has brought out based on the research examples, which we also saw in the time leading to the COP28 recently, when global stock taking reports were coming out, even from UNEP, for example, it was fairly clear that, we are not on track to subscribe to the 1.5 degree limit and the net zero targets. And that is why possibly that for the first time, circular economy concept was made a core part of the negotiations. For the first time in a COP, circular economy came in, and that concept also sir brought in, because circular economy is such a thing that through one aspect it has such a larger impact. It basically allows for rethinking of the system at a foundational level. So it provides that opportunity. And again, the 91% scope that we have to work in that globally. So that will bring about a lot of change. And thanks to sir and his expertise and details coming from one of the most prestigious institutions in India, it comes across very clearly. So thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate and express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you, all dignitaries, respected guests, respected directors, conference head. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for all your inputs and the time.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. May I now request my co-host and partner in crime, Dr. Sivi Mishra, to speak with the show.
So I could I stop my sharing screen?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you.
Surely, Dr. Srividya, I just wanted to understand which is the flow that we need to follow. I have two of them. So I'm a little confused at this point of time.
Please come again, Dr. Mishra.
So I just wanted to know what's the name of the next speaker, because I'm unable to find that document which gave us the flow.
Okay. Madam Sandhya Balaji?
Yeah, it's Mr. PSVN Bharat. Sorry, yeah. I think, yeah, there is one Benedicta Neisa Nathania. And then PSVN Bharat, yeah. Did you get that?
Benedicta Neisa Nathania. May we request
Yeah.
Ms. Benedicta Neisa Nathania, who is a youth advocate and change maker, to come forward and share her inputs. Ms. Benedicta? Ms. Benedicta? Is Ms. Benedicta
I'm
here?
just checking if she's there. Yeah, I'm just checking if she's here. Yeah, she's here.
Ms. Benedicta?
I think we can unmute her.
Inputs on understanding of global warming of 1.5 degrees centigrade, which will be summarized by Dr. Riya Sharma. Ms. Benedicta, can we please go ahead? Okay, let us give her some more time. Hope she will come back. By the time, can we have Mr. Bharat? Mr.
Yeah,
Bharat,
yes, ma'am. Yes,
speaker?
ma'am.
Yes. Mr.
I start
P.S.
my screen sharing.
Student from Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, is going to present his views on projected climatic change, potential impacts and associated risks, which will be summarized by Dr. Zakira. If Dr. Zakira is not available, Dr. Lakshmi would do that. Please go ahead, Mr. Bharat.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. First of all, a green evening to one and all present here. This is PSVN Bharat from Dr. MGR University, third year, and I'm proud to be a VRP supervisor. Today, I'm going to talk about projected climate change, potential impacts, and associated. Yeah, let's without any lagging, let's go on to our topic. First of all, let's see a glimpse what we are going to see. First, we are going through science overview of projected climate change and review of climate change, future climate change, and impact of climate change and climate change indicators. Yeah, the main abstract in the sense, the main theme we are going through over the climate change is nothing but our Earth is warming. Its average temperature has risen by 1.5 Fahrenheit over the past century. And is projected to rise another 0.5 to 8.6 Fahrenheit over the next 100 years. Small changes in the average temperatures of the planet can translate to large and potentially dangerous shifts in climate and weather. The evidence is clear. Rising global temperatures have been accompanied by changing the weather and climate. Many places have seen changes in rainfall and resulting in more floods and droughts, intense rain, as well as more frequent and several heat waves. Let's move on to science overview. While going to science overview, its climate is changing. Multiple lines of evidences show changes in weather, oceans, ecosystems, and more. Natural causes alone cannot explain all of these changes. Human activities are contributing to climate change primarily by releasing billions of tons of carbon dioxide and other trapping gases known as greenhouse gases into the atmosphere every year. Climate changes will be continued into the future if the humans were acting like this. Human activities like driving, manufacturing, electricity generation, and clearing of forests contribute to greenhouse gas emission and warm the planet. This was the overview of overall global level. whether the scientists were looking, the more greenhouse gases we emit, the larger future climate change will be. And let's move on to the review of climate change. Here is a small review that has been taken from Stockholm Resilience Center. Yeah, here we can see a drastic increase in the medieval warm period. Since due to the global temperature change, there will be a rise in the temperature, and the natural resources will be exhausted. That might be the first reason to changes to change the climate. Here we can see the graphical representations. Let's go to causes of climate change. I think everyone have a basic idea on this causes of climate change. Let me brief it. Earth's temperature depends on the balance between energy entering and leaving the planet system. When incoming energy from the sun is absorbed by the Earth system, Earth warms. When the sun energy is reflected back into space, Earth avoids warming. When absorbed energy is released back into the space, Earth cools. Many factors, both natural and human, can cause changes in the Earth's energy balance, including various types of variations in the sun's energy reaching the earth, change in the reflectivity of the earth's atmosphere and surface, changes in the greenhouse effect, which affects the amount of heat retained by the earth's atmosphere. These factors have caused a maximum of the earth's climate to change many times. Here is the observation of the natural and human factors influences on climate. Models that account only for the effects of the natural processes are not able to explain the warming observed over the past century. Models that also account for the greenhouse gases emitted by humans are able to explain this global warming. Means mainly the reason sources on us, the humans. We are doing the climate change. Let's see what will happen if this continues. Future climate change. Future changes will depend on many factors. Natural influences on climate and natural process within the climate system, like changes in ocean circulation patterns, like that. Scientists have computer models to analyze and give us a detailed report on climate changes. But the thing is, we need to do to reduce the climate changes. Here are the here are the some factors that will be taken into consideration in the future climate change. Increases in the Earth's average temperature influence the patterns and amounts of precipitation, reduce the ice and snow cover as well as permafrost. Ice and snow cover, in the sense, in the northern sphere, there will be so much of land covered with ice. Due to the increase in global temperature, they will be reduced. They will be turned into water. So, like that, normal rate of change in the ice to water is different, and maximum and vast change is very high. Here we can say projected atmospheric greenhouse gas concentration, which cause these type of activities that include global change. If we continue like this, here we are 2002, 2040. In between, here we can see a small increase in the climate change. If we consider this graph and move on like this, in the future 2100 also, the change will be increasing only. Never it might change. Impacts of climate change. Impacts can be considered by different sectors: agriculture, sea coast, ecosystems, energy, forest, human health, society, transportation, and water resources. These are the main sectors that we depend. We, the humans, depend on from natural resources or our innovations, anything. We are depending on these systems. And if we continue increasing in these global warming conditions, the climate change will impact our lives also. That was we are going to consider. Let's move on to indicators of climate change. Greenhouse gases, weather and climate oceans. Greenhouse gases, here we are going to discuss about the indicators. Different types of organizations have been working on in which way we could find the climate change. We could measure, but not taking against it. These are some of the organization: US greenhouse gas emissions and global greenhouse gas emissions, atmosphere concentrations of greenhouse gases. These were the indicators. I mean, these are the, how could we say, these are the coming, if a change in the climate happen, before that it is an indication for us. For example, in weather and climate, we are having a rise in temperature and lowering of temperature and heavy precipitation and moisturization. I think everyone know about humidity. Here, humidity maintenance is also a balanced one in climate change. And for oceans heat and the sea surface temperature and sea level and coastal flooding and ocean acidity. These are the major indicators in these three terms. Now, whether we are going to the north utmost part, snow and ice, health and society, ecosystems. Snow and ice, I have already explained in northern sphere there will be more snow due to rising temperatures. There will be a drastic reduce in the snow and the glaciers will be forming, more water bodies will be developing. Again, they will be exhausted due to the heat. Like this, so much of gases will be derived from this climate change. Health and society. We people are suffering due to these global warming and the release of these gases. Our health will be disturbed, like Lyme diseases and West Nile virus and the seasons. I think we depend on farming, right? In India, the most of the food is from farming. I mean agriculture. So while looking on to the season growth, of a best example, summer season will maximum have 3 months of span. If it will be increased, means rising temperature, it leads to it increase. So if it increases, means the crops will dry, and we will be in the drought. Like that, so many indicators are there. Ecosystems. Ecosystem is nothing but what we are living in. Our earth is considered, I mean, our earth is multi-organism living area, and we call it as different types of ecosystems. Each and every ecosystem has certain limit. When we cross the limit, the climate changes. Not only I am going to consider. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, mainly from IGEN, Dr. L. Ramesh sir and Mr. B.S. Krishna for this opportunity. I am very happy here talking with you. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Bharat.
Ma'am, any queries you can ask?
Thank you, sir. The queries are in a separate section.
Shall I brief him, ma'am?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Bharat, for giving a wonderful information about the projected climate change and potential impacts associated with that. And you have explained the overview as what are the science behind the climate change, and you have made the reviews of climate change. That is why how the climate change has been taking place, what is happening to our earth, and what are the evidence which we have found so far. You have discussed in a very good manner and explained in a very good manner. Thank you. And also, he has reviewed the climate change, how the impact it is creating into the society, that is in the form of agriculture, in the form of coastal areas, and in our ecosystem, and in the energy generation, and finally the water resources, how they are being affected because of this climate change has been clearly informed by him. And also he has told about the climate change indicators such as greenhouse warming, and how the weather indicates as how the changes are being occurring under the ocean. In the ocean, what are the things that are now taking places, and how alarming the events information is given by the nature is slowly is informed by him. And the snow and the ice being melted, that information, and also how our health and the entire society gets affected because of this climate change, and our ecosystem are being fully explained by you. Thank you, Pa. On behalf of IGEN, I thank the team. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now take the privilege to call upon Tamar Victoria Afedu Anand, who is a climate change advocate and agribusiness enthusiast.
Greetings, everyone.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good evening, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would like to share my screen, so excuse me. Can everyone see my screen?
And I think it's loading.
Okay.
Can
it be seen?
Yes, now it's
now
visible.
it's visible.
Please go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. So, my name is Tama Victoria Feduanan.
Yes.
I'm a climate change advocate. I'm a farmer. I'm also an anti-bleach campaign manager, and I would like to present projected climate change potential impact and associated. Okay, so we are in a climate concerned world now, and there's a buzzword climate change. In the most simplest definition explained by the United Nations, it's the long-term shift in temperature and weather patterns. And we all have identified in our various countries that the world is not like it used to, where the atmosphere was so conducive, warm, and we have a shift now where there are a lot of flooding, there's desertification, there is drought, there's flooding everywhere. You turn in the news and you hear that, oh, okay, this country is suffering from tsunami, this country is suffering from an earthquake. And it's really, really challenging to hear, and it's very heartbreaking to hear these issues. So climate change based on human impact and also natural causes have caused us to hear all these information. So as I discussed, there are human causes and there are natural causes. The human causes is global carbon emissions. We have factories set up where we don't regulate our systems. We just burn fuel, and that is just to produce for human consumption. But we are not actually leveling or concentrating on how we can moderate our production. We have also deforestation. In my country, where redwood, especially where I am in the northern region, where redwood is almost going extinct, it's really an alarming issue. And therefore, we would have to really look at what deforestation is causing. There is also agriculture. As a farmer, I'm really, really concerned about this factor. There are issues, especially now, where we suffer from human intended farmer. Hello? Okay, so where we suffer from human intended fire outbreak, where we would harvest our crops, heap them and ready to trash or ready to bag them, then you will see fire outbreaks here and there. This fire outbreak has caused a lot of farmers, including myself, where our harvests have been burnt and our machines have been also been burnt together. This cause would lead to food insecurity, and this is a great cause of alarm as well. Natural causes is flooding, where we as humans, I would like to be very technical here, we don't plan when we are building our estate. We just build them and that is it. We don't look at where the waterways are. We just set up an apartment and that is it. When it rains, we have blocked the natural drainage system. This will cause a lot of flooding, and this issue will become a national conquer and a global issue. There is fire outbreak as a natural cause where there's humidity, there is some form of dry air with the cause of the sun, and there's a fire outbreak. There's also volcanic activities as well in various countries. That's a great cause of alarm, which also affect lives, businesses, and incomes. There's also greenhouse gases where, as a farmer who is also into cow rearing, we also have an issue where the cows also emit a lot of carbon. So as we talk about the causes, we have to also think about the effect that we are all seeing. There is hotter temperature. The temperature is not as it used to before. Hotter temperatures move on to cause drought. And this is also a very big problem. We move on to severe storms and displacement. Here, I would explain it as where there are storms in my country, there's a region called Volta region. Recently, there was an issue where the dam was flooded, as this caused the people at Mepe to move from where they are and relocate to elsewhere. It caused a lot of lives. It caused a lot of businesses. Farms were ruined. Houses were covered with water. And this is very expensive to deal with if we have planned very well how to deal with these issues. There's also an issue called increased drought, like I mentioned, and not enough food. When there is drought, definitely there will not be enough rain, and it also leads to having less food available for the entire people. There's also a warm rising ocean. We also have loss of species due to fire outbreak, pollution, and increased temperature. In my country, I always like to use that as a reference. There is a tourist site called Mole International Park. When I visited the place, the number of elephants have reduced, the number of vultures have reduced, as well as the number of antelopes due to these fire outbreaks. And this is really a great cause of alarm. There's also more health risks and poverty. We never knew something called like COVID could have happened. And we are also hearing a lot of news of a new pandemic that may happen. All these things are centered on climate change, and we are not able to plan for them. And this costs us millions of money. It costs us our life. It costs us our health. It costs us a lot of food, and also it costs us our very homes. So I believe so how to prevent climate change as a farmer in my own basic way, I believe we can think about reforestation, afforestation, sustainable living, and reduce our carbon footprint. How do we do that? I believe when we talk about sustainable living, we can refrain from using plastic shopping bags. Formerly, when we were a bit primitive, we used to use banana leaves, and we were very sustainable using that. We can go back to our old ways and be more sustainable using these economic ways. We can also look at using eco-friendly household and farm products. I believe when it comes to the fertilizer company, there's a lot of competition now as a farmer. I will say that the belief to produce a lot of to include a lot of chemicals to spark plants to be able to produce more also affects soil health, and that also leads to desertification, and that it also reduces the soil nutrients, and this is a great cause of alarm. We can also look at consuming organic food. We should think about our health, where we can also use compost, where we collect waste from farms and the markets, regenerate it as compost, use that for farming that is less chemicalized, and use that for growing our food. My next point is to sort household and farm waste. Talking about sorting household and farm waste, I mentioned compost. Compost is very essential. We can also look at biofertilizers, where we use natural ways to make fertilizers. The next point is reuse and recycle, which is very, very, very important. If we're able to buy maybe a plastic bottle, we don't have to throw that away. We have to refill and use the same plastic bottle. Using a lot of plastics cause a lot of heaps of waste. Then we have to think of how to reuse or recycle them. That will cost us a lot of money. And I believe if we're able to economize, be frugal, and if we are able to think of reusing our plastics and think of how we can recycle them, it will be very important. We can also think of planting plants around the house, planting plants, flowers in our home. Flowers are very essential. We are in a world where bees are going extinct. We can salvage the world in our own little way. Grow a flower, grow a plant, attract bees, make sure that you are also boosting the ecosystem. In the climate concern world now, we are all thinking about reforestation, afforestation, and I don't believe that we have to apply for a grant. We have to apply for a loan. We have to apply for a government financial facility to be able to grow plants, to be able to grow trees. You and all of us can do this in our own little way. We can go to our communities, we can go to our villages, take a seed, plant it, nurse it, and in the next 15 years, you will see that you've made an impact in the world. So I believe in our little way, we can go into reforestation where we would nurse seeds and grow, we would revive the forest that has been depleted. We can also look at lands that are left bare and afforest them. This would be able to house or keep birds, animals, and keep a small ecosystem. To talk about reducing carbon footprints, there are many ways we can do that. We can also plan, first of all, we can plan transportation. Plan transportation, we just drive around and we don't really plan how we are going to use or reduce our carbon emissions. As a farmer, where I use transportation to convey my goods, my farm produce from the farm and to the city and to the market, I don't believe that I have to do it, okay, by impulse. I have to plan it. In that way, if I'm able to plan that, I believe I can reduce transport emissions of carbon, where we would also be very conscious on how we emit carbons in the environment. We can also reduce electricity and fuel usage. We can also use least polluting vehicle or machines, where we can consider solar-powered machines or vehicles. We can also reuse plastics, where if we should buy a bottle of water, we know that we can go and refill it. Where we buy a plastic bag, we will know that, okay, we can reuse it. I saw a woman who is into recycling of plastics, where she made bags for school children in the villages here in the northern region of Ghana. And I believe if we're able to emulate that and expand that, we'll be able to recycle a lot of plastics. So if we're able to consider that, I believe the world will be climate safe and we'll be climate smart and we'll all live a better life in the society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your insights. So yeah, just to go ahead with a quick summarization. So First of all, I think this is the beauty of the collaboration between GSFN, IIU, and iGen for this event. We are actually practically executing SDG 17, which is the partnerships for goals, right? And in that sense, we have people from different regions, from who are involved in different activities, who bring in their perspectives like this, right? Be it academia, be it practitioners, and so on. So first of all, I think she started off with the frequency and intensity of the events that will impact us in terms of the global warming effects. Those, in all likeliness, will increase, right? Both the frequency and intensity. And I particularly liked how the interlinkage was shown between all these impacts and how it has the social or the community impact in terms of basic human needs like food security that was mentioned, right? Due to different reasons, whether it's drought or water scarcity or the fire outbreaks. Now, the other thing about cattle, which leads to methane emissions, right? So that was also interesting. The biodiversity impacts, ecosystem impacts, and how emissions, if for example, being a farmer, she could put it very correctly that even if suppose the emissions do not directly harm the crops, they still impact the quality of what is being grown, either because of soil quality or the air quality, or because of the water quality being impacted, right? Which again, it's not completely destroying it, but the quality for consumption is going down, right? And secondly, the nature-based solutions, which is reforestation or afforestation, which have in one sense largely been acknowledged that NBS is one of the key pathways that can be used to address the challenges we face. So thank you for your insights, Ms. Safedu Anand. And with that, I conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Madam Sandhya Banerjee. I think we have missed out Miss Benedicta in the process.
We had called her upon, but there was no response from her end. She was there online.
Yeah.
So we thought we'll wait for her and we called Mr. Bharat.
Miss Benedicta. Do we have Miss Benedicta here? Royce, can you please check whether she's here?
Yeah, Benedicta is there, but they can't able to speak, I think. He's closed.
On to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
may I now call upon Atiya Hussain, who's an advocate of women's rights, to give her point of view.
Ms. Atiya?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. How are you all?
We are fine, Ms. Atiya.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak here.
You're welcome. And
can I share my screen?
Yeah, no, we are not able to see your screen. And is it a problem to have your video on, Ms. Atiya?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead, Ms. Atiya. Share the screen, please.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, we
can you
able to see the screen.
See my screen?
Yes, but not the PowerPoint. The presentation should be clicked on, ma'am. Yes, now it is. Please go ahead, Ms. Atiya. Thank you.
Yeah, the topic of my presentation is Project Climate Change, Potential Impact and Association. First of all, we have to understand what is climate change. Is it created by human or is it happened by the earth itself? So the question we have to understand is that climate change refers to long-term shift in temperature and weather patterns. The weather pattern which be induced by human or maybe a natural disaster. For example, human-induced nature disaster are global warming, and maybe the natural disaster include floods and unexpected events that happen in our life. The main causes of climate change is that deforestation, as we are doing many deforestation to use our basic things such as to make different products, furnitures, etc. And the other things is burning of fossil fuels. As an industrial era, modern era, we are depending mostly on industries. We're producing different products from industries, so they are creating burning a lot of fossil fuel from there. The other process is industrial process, like we are making different products like we are attire, different things, clothing. These are the main causes of our climate change and producing a great impact on our climate. As well as the another thing is that we are creating different waste, but we are not noticing that what we have to do, what we have to manage those things. So we should, the main cause of climate change is the improper disposal of management with different waste we are producing. If we've seen the villages or if we in the cities, there are no proper waste management. As well as increasing population, people wants to go from different country to different place, so they use their personal transportation system instead of local. So these are increasing the pollution as well as the quality of our air. And the adverse as the impact due to our climate change and due to the use of these improper things, there are a lot of our fresh water is unavailable for the humans, human life. People can survive, but they are unable to drink a proper water for them. As well as extreme weather events such as heat waves, floods, droughts, and cyclone, leading to human displacement, injury, and death. In lots of in many countries, we have seen that there are unexpected human life, droughts, cyclone, and other causes that leads to human displacement, as well as the migration in a different from one country to another country due to the crisis. I have studied the case study in Pakistan, what affect the climate change impacts on women in Pakistan. After I researching found that Fatma Gul, she's living in KPK. As I searched on her, she said that the sudden flood has destroyed everything in my life, said Fatma with tears in her eyes. I do not have utensil and cloth. My bed and house are damaged. This is the situation that people are happening in the world because of our single act. If we choose to do something better for for ourselves, then we can create a positive impact in the society. These like Fatma Gul, she's to survive in their community and their as a human being. The another case study I have studied is Romania Bibi. She's also living in KPK. After researching on the impact of climate change, I found this that according to Romania, I cannot sleep at night because flood damaged the boundary walls of my house. I am using bed sheets to cover the broken walls, said Romania. This is the situation that people are happening due to the disaster and the climate change. Romania is unable to live like a human being. She is facing different disaster, like she have a proper shelter to live in her life. So what should we have to do? We should to sleep. What we have to do? What we have to take in action? The role of youth in climate action. We are also mostly prefer to some government to take steps, but instead of focusing on government, as a youth, we should take an initiative like climate change adaptation. As a youth, we should take an awareness session in different communities, as well as a youth, we should collaborate each other, and we can create an impact in different societies. As well as a government, if we see that the government should do like climate adaptation, should crop drought-resist climate plants should be adopted so that soil erosion can be minimized. As well as we should adopt different wall that is very strong, that near to the sea, so we can protect the community from the disaster. As well as the most important thing is youth social entrepreneurship. Youth social entrepreneurship is a very important way to create a positive impact as well as a community uplift. For example, as I am a youth, I am also initiating a business as a GBBs, which is an initiative for empowering women by producing eco-friendly products. My purpose is to bring eco-friendly products to the community as well as uplifting the women of community. So by creating a positive impact and empowering the youth as well as women of our community, we can create a very positive and peaceful life here. So we should focus on mitigation as well as adaptation. We should choose eco-friendly products so we can minimize our climate change, as well as we can bring a positive change. Thank you. It's all about my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Satya.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Satya.
Yes, may we have
Yes,
Dr.
Dr.
Ms. Satya, you need to stop sharing your screen, please. Thank you. Do we have Dr. Virginia around? Dr. Virginia? Do we have Dr. Virginia here? Okay. Thank you. Dr. Charles, would you like to summarize this? Thank you, Doctor.
I wasn't properly listening. Maybe subsequent one. I was having a meeting.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to do the summary? Mr. Saram? As one of the directors, Mr. Saram, would you like to take that? Well, thank you. Madam Sandhya, so should I summarize so that you can go on with the next speaker?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Athiya, that was quite comprehensive. Well, talking about the infrastructure and building resilience are the two concepts that you were talking about. Building the infrastructure and building resilience, which entails the construction and design of buildings and the infrastructure systems that can endure the extreme climate weather conditions, climate fluctuations which are involved in. And very nicely, you have just brought out the points. And the objective of such an approach is to create structures that can withstand so that we have become more resilient to the adverse effects of the natural disasters such as floods, hurricanes, and heat waves. Well, you didn't stop there. You just moved ahead to how to really make ourselves more competent and being resilient. Who are the people who have to be involved in it? As you were talking about the youth entrepreneurships, very much true. That's why we are talking about the youth generation, youth empowerment, such that we will definitely take it forward to the youth community and such that we will be able to mitigate these negative impacts of the natural disasters in a more compatible way. Thank you so much, Ms. Athiya. That was quite comprehensive. Yes, Madam Sandhya Balaji, you can go ahead.
I request Dr. Simi to introduce the further speakers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the next speaker that we have on the list is none other than Esther. Mohindo Esther is a conservationist and a member of UNFY and also a UNFCCC member. She is in her personal time a tour guide and is also a retractor and co-founder of IWAN. I'm not sure if I'm kind of pronouncing it correctly, but this is Ihandirio, Youth Advocate for Nature. So in her role, she has been working very aggressively with in partnership with Our Green Networks and AfriClimate Active, and has started her initiative of planting trees as one of the ways to mitigate the climate action in her area. She also has worked very closely with the executive director, Mr. Daniel, and has also visited WWF for conservation discussions and also has done capacity building through TOT training with EduTel at Uganda to promote leadership and entrepreneurship skills among the youth. I'm glad that you have done so much. We are more than happy to hear and listen to you and your ideas on projected climate change, potential impacts, and associated. So over to you, Mohindo Esther. Mohindo, if you could please unmute and start your presentation.
Miss Esther? Yeah, she's very much here.
She's here.
Yeah. Miss Esther? Mohindo Esther? Okay, we'll message her.
Yeah, in the meantime, if you permit, we could move on to the next speaker, just in the interest of time, and we could take up Mohindo Esther a little later.
Sorry, Mr. Royce, could you please check with Miss Esther? Yeah, she's come back.
Oh, she's come
Yeah,
back. Wonderful.
Esther is back, please.
Miss Esther, you are on next, and we are waiting to hear from you and listen to your thoughts.
Ms. Royce, what would you advise? Should we wait for her or should we move ahead? Mr. Royce?
If it's possible to fix another person, as I call Esther directly to know what exactly is the challenge, because I can see her, but she can speak. I'll be sure to.
Okay, really appreciated, Dr. Simi. Sorry for the interruption. Please go ahead and
no
I think
worries.
we need to call the next speaker.
Yes, I can see Victory also is online, and the next speaker is none other than Victory Akandu. Victory Akandu is the official campus ambassador at International MUN and is working with the University of Benin, also known as UBEN, which is Nigeria's first generation federal university. Victory will bring to us and talk about reasons for concerns and illustrate the impacts and the risks that are there for people, economies, and ecosystems across the second ZND regions. So over to you, Victory, for your thoughts, and we are very, very much eager to hear to what you have to say.
Yeah. And since Dr. Ringa not there, I will summarize Ms. Victory. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I want to be sure that everyone can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you to the organizers of this webinar. I really appreciate. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Victory, and International Campus Ambassador for International Modern United Nations, and I'm also a biotechnologist. So I'm going to be speaking on the reasons for concern for and then I'll be illustrating the impacts and risks for people, economies, and ecosystem across sectored regions. Now, I really want to appreciate the other speakers before me. Thank you so much for your insights shared. I really love how the presentations have been going. And please permit me briefly to not share my screen because my device is a bit running low. So I'll just be speaking and I'm going to make sure that I stay within the time frame allocated to me. Now, reasons for concern highlights the far-reaching consequences of climate change spanning human populations, economies, and ecosystems across the various sectors and region. And some of the reasons for concerns or some of the consequences as a result of climatic adaptation ranges from rising sea levels that threaten coastal communities and infrastructure, while others can be more frequent natural disasters that disrupt livelihood and infrastructures. Others also are changes in precipitation patterns, which impact agriculture and water resources, which leads to food insecurity and water scarcity. I think the previous speaker, Telma, spoke a lot about food insecurity as regards to agriculture, and I want to believe that that's because she's a farmer. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Now, I'm going to be elaborating on the few points which are like the reasons for the concerns. One of which I mentioned is rising sea levels. I think over 5 years ago, scientists predicted that there was going to be an increase in the sea level, meaning that the water level was going to rise high, and which is going to lead to lots of flooding. And I think over the years, in the past 5 years, in history, we've recorded one of the hectic flooding situations across the globe. Lots of communities, lots of people lost their homes as a result of the rise in the sea level. Now, as the planet warms, glaciers and ice sheet melt, which causes the sea levels to rise, and this can lead to coastal flooding, erosion, and saltwater intrusion into freshwater sources. Now, and this is usually affected, or people that are usually affected by this are those that live really close to the coastal regions, really close to the water bodies, and we've seen that a lot of people have their homes displaced. And another reason for concern is the change in precipitation patterns. Now, shift in temperature and water patterns can lead to droughts, flood, and unpredictable rainfall. And in the past 2 years here in my country, in Nigeria, we've experienced a high level of heat. So one would say that the global warming has really affected this part of the world, and we're really on a very high temperature level. The weather's really hot, and that has led to a change in precipitation patterns, which in turn, of course, leads to the drought and unpredictable rainfall pattern. And of course, it affects the agriculture, our water resources and ecosystems. And this can result to food insecurity, water scarcity, and negative impacts on biodiversity. And of course, you can agree with me that if water is scarce, of course, it would affect the level of production in agriculture, which also would affect the plants and the animals alike. Another reason for concern is heat waves. Now, increased temperatures can cause heat waves, which can be particularly dangerous for vulnerable populations like the elderly, the young children, and those with pre-existing heat conditions. Heat stress, heat exhaustion, and even deaths can occur without proper adaptation measures. I mentioned earlier that lots of regions are experiencing high temperatures where there are lots of heat in those areas. And I think the heat stress and the heat exhaustion also, in turn, causes the effect on other diseases. You know, like I said earlier, it affects the elderly and the young children. So people who already have existing health conditions. Some diseases are heat induced. So a lot of these conditions and sicknesses are on the high side. Melting glaciers. Also, glaciers are a vital source of fresh water, but as they melt, they can lead to changes in water availability and quality, thus affecting human consumption, agriculture, and ecosystem. And also, another reason for concern is the shifts in disease distribution and prevalence. You know, climate change can alter the habitats and behaviors of disease-carrying insects. So some insects are more prone to attack, or they're empowered most with certain kind of temperatures. And in this region where we have a high rise of thermal temperature or the high increase in temperature in this region, we have more spread of mosquitoes and ticks. So the change in the climate also like affects the behaviors and adaptations of some diseases, which leads to the spread of diseases into new regions and population, and thus poses public health challenges. Now, these reasons can underscore the urgent need for climate adaptation and resilience strategies to protect human well-being, sustainable development, and ecosystem health. There's some proactive measures and policy changes that can be taken, and as well as a collective effort to mitigate the impacts of this climate change and to ensure a sustainable future for us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. Well, it was nice hearing from you. And adding on to the climatic change, very comprehensive points that you have shared with us. Thank you so much for that. And little going in detail about mainly the assessment factor that you have been mentioning about. I'm taking about the Intergovernmental Panel of Climatic Change, IPCC report. As we all know, the first point which talks about RFC, that's the unique and threatened systems which are prevailing, and the potential for the loss or the damage to a wide range of human systems and also the ecosystems that we need to take care. Well, coming to the point 2 of the RFC, that extreme weather events and the risk to the human health, which really cause upon the livelihoods of the ecosystems again with extreme weather conditions of heat waves and drought to be thought about. Well, is definitely to be taken care. And RFC 3 that you have already comprehensively mentioned, that the distribution of these impacts with the reflects that how risks can be distributed evenly across the region in areas of different population due to the different distribution of the hazards and the exposure and the vulnerability involved therein. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was quite nice having you and would like to have you for the further sessions as well. Thank you so much. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji.
Thank you. Our next speaker is also having her take on reasons for concern. She is Limona Chanda.
Can you check on Ms. Benedicta? Because we have missed her and we didn't go back to her. Mr. Royce, could you please check on Ms. Benedicta until we are waiting to hear from her or from you? Mr. Royce? Ms. Benedicta, are you okay? Are you okay to continue? Right. Okay, Madam Sandhya Balaji will call the.
I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Please go.
Benedicta. Yeah. Okay.
I think they are not joining. Yeah, we should go. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So let me call upon Ms. Limona Chanda, who's the founder of ARCA.
Sorry again, dear.
Sorry to
I need to
interrupt,
share
but
this.
I also see Mohindo Esther is back and is having a
Exactly. I'm
stable.
coming to that. I'm sorry, Dr. Simi. I'm sorry to cut you there. There's a message from Mr. Royce over here on the group that Esther has a network issue and she has promised to come after the current speaker. Hope I'm right, Mr. Royce. I'm speaking on your behalf. Thank you so much for that information. Yeah, Madam Sandhya Balaji, please move ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so after 1, 2,
I'm
and
back.
3, now is again.
Okay, Esther is here.
Yeah.
So happy to see you, Miss Mohindo Esther.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome, Mohindo
Happy to
Esther.
see you too.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Miss Esther, can you please go ahead?
Yes. Good morning. Good evening.
I think Esther could cut
Good
off the
afternoon to
video
those, to all of
if
you.
it is disturbing the network. She could get off the video to maybe maximize the network.
Okay.
We are
We do
waiting to
that.
hear from Miss Esther. Please go ahead. You can start your presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your screen is still loading.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we are able to see your screen.
Hello, anyone who can hear me?
You're
able to see me?
Yes, we can see your screen, but we can only see the reflection of the meeting, not your presentation.
You're not seeing what I'm sharing?
You're sharing the meeting, you're not sharing your presentation.
Rice, please. Can you help me share my screen? Maybe he can share and I go ahead with the presentation.
Can you share it in the chat box?
Sorry.
Miss Esther, please share your, you need to stop sharing now. Kindly share the presentation in the chat box. We'll download it and we'll present it for you. By the time Madam Sandhya Balaji, please call the next speaker. Thank you so much. Miss Esther, please kindly help us by sharing your presentation in the chat box.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Esther. Madam Sandhya Balaji, please, can we invite the next speaker? Thank you.
Yeah. Our next speaker here is Lemona Chanda, who's a founder of Our Cause, and she's a McCain global leader. So she's also going to have her take on RFCs, and her speech will be summarized by Dr. Arnesh. Ms. Lemona?
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me well.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So I would like to expand on the discussion that Victory already started, and she made some really valid observations. Because I was born and I grew up in South Asia, let me focus a little bit on the impact on South Asia, which happens to be the world's most populous region with obvious susceptibility to food insecurity, displacement, and diseases. On a lighter note, can I just add that even the complications that we are having today, connecting Esther due to network, is an outcome of weather conditions, which is heavily impacted by climate. We are aware of what happened in Japan with almost 300 lives being lost, and with severe infrastructure damages, which are all an outcome of the many different changes that are happening to our planet. Now, when we shift our view to South Asia, Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan, the most common three South Asian countries, all three have experienced unprecedented levels of flooding. Recently, it has gone to a completely extreme level, forcing hundreds and thousands to get displaced. These people have become homeless, and some of the common trends that have been noticed recently are climate change induced downpours, drought, extreme temperatures across all of the 8 of the South Asian countries due to climate change. It is therefore at risk, for all the changes that are happening to our planet. Other interrelated factors are population explosion, poverty, acute water shortage. Now, population explosion is not directly included to associated with RFC, but it is a challenge because on one hand, we are dealing with a very high number of population, high number of people being born in this region. And at the same time, we don't have the land, the resources, or the food to sustain this sort of population in this region. Consequently, health concerns are rising. And at the same time, there's lack of healthcare access and resources, loss of livelihood, people who have been displaced because of any natural disasters that happened in this region recently. They have to completely start from the beginning, and which starts with finding a place to stay and finding something to do. When changes are happening, natural disasters are impacting at this magnitude, South Asia is not economically prepared to offer the kind of needs that this population currently requires. There is also lack of expertise at the ground level to manage these risks. I think it's quite common in South Asian countries to have expertise and resources more concentrated in the urban areas, such as the bigger cities. But as we shift more towards the grassroots level, to the rural areas, to the villages, a lot of the times there isn't even a health center where people can go and access even the most basic healthcare services. So those are not direct challenges, but it aggravates the impact, because when we're dealing with a large population that requires help, this help is not there. We are looking at a population that's over 1 billion, and out of that, around 750 million have been impacted adversely by one type of natural disaster. It's a pretty substantive figure to look at. There is a rapidly exploding population, which means that in addition to food shortages, there is also the shortage of land or spaces to grow food and also settle the displaced people. The food shortage, I would like to add, is not only native to Asia, because Asia and South Asia tends to be food producers. A lot of the food is also provided in other regions in the world. So if South Asia is not able to produce that kind of food, it's not able to even export to other regions and meet other people's food demands. This is exacerbated by migration and the current refugee crisis. At least in the case of Bangladesh, a large population of the Rohingya refugees are based in Chittagong, particularly in an area which is prone to climate disasters and exposed to rising temperatures. That's also a coastal region. So any sort of natural disasters coming from the sea, rising sea level, any sort of any other natural disasters make that particular population very vulnerable. Most of the South Asian countries lack infrastructure that can accommodate severely high or low level of temperatures. Housing in these countries are a lot of the times made of bricks, earth, or natural substances. And these sort of setups are not equipped to deal with temperatures that are extremely high or even temperatures that are extremely low. So in the recent years, we have noticed that people are dying because some places have suddenly become too cold and people are not used to having that kind of low temperatures. Changes in the climate also means that many species are either extinct or on the verge of getting extinct. A number of species, including the Javan elephant, Asian elephant, the northern Sumatran rhino, etc., and many more. One of the exotic wonders that we have in South Asia is the Royal Bengal tiger. We have only a number remaining in the Sundarbans, which is found in both the Bengals in India and Bangladesh. And it will not take that long till we lose all of them if they're not preserved. If the area is not protected, and if we're not able to protect or prevent the changes that are happening to our climate. There are also many other subcategories that I will not go into detail in terms of species. South Asia is slowly losing the reputation of being the grower of crops due to the changes. In fact, this is the region that will have the highest adverse impact in terms of ability to grow food, which would significantly impact the region's food security. Another challenge is water scarcity, which is rising, and rivers are drying up permanently, which have traditionally been home to varieties of fishes as well. There's coastal regions or populations that are based close to these rivers. Their livelihood are affected because a lot of them tend to be fishermen, and they live on going for fishing and making a living out of it. That gets impacted as well. That is on a decline. We are also seeing a declining variety of fishes that can be found in those regions. Now, I'm taking a very high level view. On the ground, obviously, the challenge is much more difficult and much wider. Glaciers from the Himalayas are melting, and the region has lost about 40% of the glaciers simply due to human-induced climate change, which is totally preventable. This directly impacts the region's capacity and sustainability to grow food. It also impacts any sort of settlement that's close to the Himalayan region. There is apparent hunger, poverty, and evidently migration now. Migration is becoming one of the greatest challenges because people are required to move at no fault of theirs. A lot of the times, the human-induced changes that we see are not even caused by the people who are settled into these regions. These can be an outcome of something that the multinationals are doing. This can be an outcome of what previous foreign governments or foreign colonizers have done to the region. And the sufferers are people who are left there, who have settled there and made their lives. So this is this problem with migration as a result of climate change is a form of economic migration, which drives people from their settlement and they're potentially from their rural areas or villages to the urban areas towards cities. Many are forced to change their professions as well, who have been traditionally probably producers such as farmers, and they're now going into trades, probably becoming rickshaw pullers, which is sort of like a common profession when people come into the city, and simply because they're the easiest and most menial jobs available out there. However, with the change of professions, we're also losing indigenous knowledge that comes with the practice of these people and their livelihood, and we're losing this indigenous knowledge, the indigenous knowledge to grow food, the indigenous knowledge about health practices, indigenous knowledge about what is nutritious for us and how to best protect them. This is a very interrelated cyclical system that is getting affected due to climate changes. Lastly, health concerns are at an increase, and there's an increase of vector-borne diseases. Common challenges or common health concerns include malaria, dengue, fever, these sort of concerns. and also because of air pollution, air quality, stress, there's also a rise in cardiovascular and respiratory diseases. So those are some of the just some of the complications at the ground level in the South Asian region. And I would like to finish by saying that even though I have witnessed some of these changes, I grew up there, I've seen it, so I'm familiar with that. These challenges are not only happening in South Asia. These are quite common in many other parts of the world. So I couldn't just I couldn't reiterate the significance of taking immediate action on this, and just raising more awareness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamona.
Dr. Arnish.
Do we have Dr. Arnish here? Dr. Arnish? Dr. Arnish? Okay, anybody else would like to summarize on behalf of Dr. Arnish?
I could do that with your permission.
Thank
So
you.
first
Thank
of
you, Dr.
all,
Sen. Really appreciate it.
no worries. So I think first of all, congratulations, Lamona, for that very, very well articulated problems that set that you brought out. I think what I really liked in your presentation is the very common day, everyday language, and also a deep understanding of the problems that Southeast Asia in particular faces. I would really appreciate the kind of depth that you brought out and the implications of the reasons for concern, specifically when we talked about climate-induced not only diseases but also impact in the urban and the rural areas. So migration being one of them, and with migration, how it impacts the sources of livelihood, leading to loss of indigenous knowledge, as well as greater burden on the urban cities once the migration happens. So with those words, I would not take too much of time, because I think you were very, very articulate in the way that you presented the problems. And once again, my heartfelt gratitude and congratulations for bringing this out to this forum.
Thank you. Before we move ahead, I would take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Armina. Ms. Armina, thank you. She is representing herself from IIU, International Internship University. Thank you, Ms. Armina. Would you like to say a few words before we start?
Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you, and congratulations for this initiative. It's a really, really a big thing, a great initiative. We know all the problems that we seen day by day, that we the change in the climate, what's happened in all the planet, or in all the corner of the world. I think with this initiative, we can do something, we can change something, not just talking. And it's very important that we try to give wings, you try to give wings to our youth. Thank you so much, my dear. Success.
Well said, Ms. Armina, and it's always lovely having you. And thanks for all the support, the brilliant support that you have been extending to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I am here always.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji to welcome the next speaker.
Yeah. Amongst us, we have a researcher and international negotiator, Alexis Sandlas. Dr. Alexis Sandlas is also going to take up on reasons for concern.
Yes, Mr. Alexis, we are able to view your screen. You can go ahead, Mr. Alexis. You can start your presentation. You need to unmute yourself, Mr. Alexis.
Yes, it's all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is it good for you?
Yes, we're able to view your screen and you're also visible to us for the video. Please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Got some difficulties.
You need to share again.
Okay.
Yes. Please go ahead. Thank you.
So do you see the PowerPoint? It's all right.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. So as Lemana explained so well, anticipating and preventing impact and risk must be the priority in order to protect economies and ecosystems. Adaptation and resilience are essential. But the key question is always who will pay? How will we finance it? In our market economies, the key question, the answer generally comes from the market. Maybe a solution is lying there. Indeed, finance plays a major role in allocating resources in the economy. However, traditional finance directs savings toward the most profitable projects without taking into account the environmental aspect, the environmental aspect of the investment made. So the construction of new financial structures seems necessary to drive market forces. Green finance, on the other hand, finances projects that do not harm the environment or enable the development of sustainable economy. Nevertheless, public organizations remain the major actor. The objective of green financing is to increase the amount of financial resources derived from banking, microcredit, insurance, investors, investment in public sector, etc. Facilitating the promotion of green financing involves making adjustment to national regulatory frameworks, like aligning public financial incentives, increasing participation in green financing across different sectors, boosting investment in clean and sustainable technologies, and etc. The main areas for the current work on financing are supporting the public sector in creating and enabling a positive environment, promoting public and private partnerships through financing mechanisms such as the green bonds, and create a capacity to build a community enterprise on microcredit. The goal of this last point is to make individuals become active change makers at their own scale. Multi-stakeholders partnerships are key to raise enough capital. It includes major actors in financial markets like banks, investors, microcredit entities, insurance companies, and also public sector and etc. This will have a significant effect on people's initiatives through, in theory, the trickle-down economies, but mainly through subsidies. There are different governmental instruments to drive investment. For example, there are green bonds, also the carbon markets, and the taxonomy. But we will focus on green bonds. A green bond is a loan issued on the market by a company, public entity, to investor to enable it to finance its project, contributing to the ecological transition, like renewable energy, sustainable waste and water management, in this kind of thing, and in particular in infrastructure. It differs from a traditional bond in that it provides detailed reporting on the investment and the green nature of the project financed. And today it's a booming market. while the World Bank and the development banks, which played a leading role in the issuance of green bonds, they continue to provide the essential liquidity for the market. The arrival of new players, such as large companies, has enabled a broad investment ecosystem to be established. The access, however, the access to the bond market remains difficult for small local authorities. Launching a green bond issue is a lengthy process which requires the mobilization of resources and staff, especially as the project selected by local authorities.
Hello?
Sorry? No?
Please go ahead.
Okay. So where was I? Especially project, a small project. Yes. So a solution for these local authorities are to pool green bond together, to pool green bond issues seems to be the best option for local authorities to pull together. It enables them to achieve critical mass and thus gain foothold on the market. So there are some weaknesses to this opportunity. The green bond market, nevertheless, suffers from a lack of transparency in terms of the green credentials of the project finance, the lack of a clear definition of what constitutes a green project, the absence of a framework, and the lack of confidence in the information provided on the monitoring and evaluation of green bonds. So these elements have already been highlighted. The voluntary principle established by market players, such as the green bond principle, which set out a best practice to be followed, or such as the definition of activities eligible for a fundraise by green bonds, etc. We solved it. We are trying to solve it. Nothing's perfect. We're trying to solve it thanks to annual public reporting to monitor progress of project, and also the introduction of independent verification of the ecological nature of the issue. However, they also have their limitation. Like I told you, the lack of framework, the lack of definition of green project, the divergence in reporting methodologies, lack of standardization at a global level, and lack of consensus on third-party expert assessment and the selection criteria for project finance and above all their non-binding value, nature. I mean. So this is for the theory part. But now we will try to see the effect on Uzbekistan, which is, according to me, an interesting case. Why? Because in October last year, in 2023, the first green bond was issued by the Shavkat Mirziyoyev government, thanks to two branches. One is in USD, US dollars, and the other one is in Uzbekistani som. To quote the OECD report about Uzbekistani green investment, the energy sector is of utmost importance due to its significant environmental impact. It presents the greatest potential for projects related to transition initiatives. Additionally, the transport, agriculture, housing, and water sector are noteworthy for their substantial potential in advancing a green economy. Several green projects have already been initiated and implemented, particularly in the realms of construction and water management within these identified sectors. Like, for example, the sector of energy. In Uzbekistan, natural gas dominated energy sector. The renewable energy market is growing more and more. It's becoming attractive to investors thanks in part to government support and incentive program. By 2030, Uzbekistan plans to diversify its power generation system, integrating more solar photovoltaic plants, about 8%, and wind power plants. With maturing renewable markets globally and strengthening mandates for investors to accompany them, to motivate them to invest in environmental compliant and financial products, Uzbekistan public and private institutions also would package market-ready renewable energy project into attractive debt market instruments. Also on the transport and in the transport sector, Uzbekistan's government has made domestic production and uptake of electric vehicles a priority for the green development of transport sector in Uzbekistan. And also on the agriculture and in the agriculture field, there is an important transition, because agriculture employs both is very important for both domestic food supply and export, and a number of environmental concerns, including water management and biodiversity loss, remain to be addressed, and some aspects of the sector's green transition could be financed through the green bond instruments. Well, I will have to switch quickly to the conclusion. I'm sorry, I'm already past the 10 minutes. Well, the green finance is still in development and could be one of the main drivers in building financial structures and markets. One of the primary projects is probably the Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiatives. Its overarching mission is to establish a worldwide platform that delves into the collaborative efforts of exchanges, investors, companies like issuers, regulators, policymakers, and pertinent international organizations to exert substantial influence on risk management. To fulfill this mission, the Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative employs an integrated program that involves evidence-based policy analysis and the facilitation of a network and a forum for building consensus among multiple stakeholders, and the provision of technical assistance and advisory services. This is a UN major initiative on the finance, on the green finance, which is probably one of the solutions in order to help us for this ecological transition and manage the risk for people and our economies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request you to stop your presentation? Thank you for the insights. May I request Dr. Virginia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you give your inputs on the presentation if you've heard it?
Unfortunately, my camera is not working right now, but I am watching completely the program. I just have a bad Wi-Fi where I'm at. But I just wanted to say how important this topic is. And thank you, Alexis, for this, because green finance plays a crucial role in mobilizing capital towards sustainable development. You showed us some wonderful examples, and I think that the best practice of Uzbekistan is really key. And the truth is that we need to continue addressing this, especially now that we continue to see so many issues with climate change. When we really think about green finance, it really helps us redirect financial flows and it makes us flow away from activities that will harm the environment, and it helps us go towards projects that promote sustainability. And again, throughout your presentation, you showed us different ways that we can actually, as countries, as communities, and as individuals, participate. So totally by integrating environmental considerations into financial decisions and making green choices, I think that green finance contributes to the transition to a more sustainable and resilient economy. And the truth is that throughout the day today, we've been seeing again and again how we can impact, how where we're at, exactly where we're each at, we can all provide and we all can be part of a solution. So bringing green finance into the conversation is key, and it's so important. So thank you again, Alexis, for this.
Thank you so much, Virginia. Now I see Esther's presentation, Dr. Esther's presentation here. So can we have you present?
Oh, thank you, please. I hope you can hear me. The one talking is Royce Wampale.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. As we understand, Esther had some issues, but then it's important to know that I'm a board of director of the organization which Esther happens to be co-founding. So ideally, I really have a glass into the very exact pertinent matter that she was trying to bring aboard. So Mohindo Esther is a native of Uganda and a very young, passionate leader, and she has really dealt with a couple of projects on conserving the environment, resurrecting the biodiversity, which is almost perishing. But the whole thing is, can we have the opportunity to understand where we are from and where we are heading? This is what today's presentation is talking about. Just to confirm, can someone see that I'm now on the next slide, on the introduction slide?
Yes,
are the
you are.
slides moving?
Yes, it is.
Yes, they are moving.
Perfect. So climate change is perfect. So the climate change is highly attributed to the direct and indirect human activities, as we understand. And this is really supported by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Basically, this literally means that in as much as we have a couple of issues that are triggering the change, we really know that anthropogenic sources are the most key pertinent issues that we have to deal with if we are to understand the consequences at hand and exactly where we have been unfortunately been dragged from. And this is basically what we are going to look at today. And as the previous presenters have been able to bring forth about concerning the temperature rises that are really exacerbated due to the challenges, the degradations, the land overhauling by human beings. We understand that we must, by all means, do our best to avoid reaching the most dangerous threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, beyond this, we are headed to a very, very pitiful situation. And it's why you can observe that the continued emissions of the greenhouse gases, this is from industries, call it the direct bush burning, as exercised in a couple of most of the indigenous communities. All these emissions are, of course, including the warmer atmosphere, warmer and warmer acidic ocean changes. All these are multifaceted challenges. You find we have adulterated quality of water. Again, at the same time, we are facing very high temperatures in the waters. And this cause translates to a very critical damage of the biodiversity that is lying under the waters. You can imagine where we're headed. And as you can see in the pictures, this is one of a photo that sorry that the source is not clearly visible to you here, but this photo was taken by one of my colleagues as he was carrying out his study in Somalia in the most recent flash floods. This is where we are, and you can imagine Somalia, which is to be a vibrant community, a vibrant nation. I mean, people are enjoying every little thing, every activity. They are now struggling. They are struggling. Not only struggling, people are dying. Over thousands of lives were lost recently in the 21 and 2021. This is what we are talking about. You can imagine about the animal. You can imagine about the animals. In Uganda, I come from I and Esther herself, we come from the most privileged community, which is the Rwenzori region, having what the Queen Elizabeth National Park. But sadly, we are losing most of the ecosystem, especially the animal species, at a very terrible rate. Actually, in the recent study by one of the researchers from the Mountain of the Moons University, realized that specifically the cobs are perishing due to the invasive plant species by more than 30% in the recent year. This is dauntingly, terrible. And this is where we are. And you should imagine, this has been a very serious, a very precious tourism center, attracting over millions of USDs in this economy. And then once it is endangered, this means entirely we are under attack. And it's already getting damaged. But the whole concern is on where are we headed? Given we have options of either solving the challenge or actually watching the space and see animals and plants perish. Not just perishing because we have continued with the most disastrous activities and very unfortunate, mysterious processes. Call it the industrializations that are not fostering a cleaner production process. Call it the agricultural sector, which is not minding about the end, the stakeholders who are down there in the food chain. What happens to the waste products from the agricultural sector? Can't we think of biofertilizers? Can't we think of regenerative agriculture? Depending on what we do with our activities, no matter whether they are to ensure we have, sustain our life currently, but where we headed. So this is the whole thing. The impact is very clear. The current and the future generations are really more vulnerable to climate change as it stands today. And all these related risks, such as flooding, the heat stresses, water scarcity, of course, like in my own community, it's really, it's now like the order of the day to find people, carrying empty jerry cans from a well-constructed, multi-billion water project. constructed, but again, with no water because we are facing drawdowns. This is all the challenge. This constitutes the entire challenge we're talking about. And then we can't avoid the poverty and the hunger, because this is an entirely, when we talk of environment, when we talk of the climate action that is needed, it is for the entire water, energy, food nexus as a closed system. We should never have to seek for too much water and in an unplanned manner, and then we lose the energy sources. I mean, we don't have to extract hydropower from the river and then jeopardize the environmental flow in the downstream. This is what I'm talking about. Climate change calls for multidisciplinary actions. This is what we mean. And then what you see here in the picture is Esther herself when she's at the site where we were running a tree planting project in trying to reconstruct the landslided area, which had actually closed off one region of our community from another, like an entire hill had fallen in the roadway, and we're doing a lot in this, and this is what it means. In the future, we don't want to see this a community that is damaged, a community that is almost perishing, that makes no sense. I mean, as you can see here, it's really, this is what the youth are doing. Esther founded this organization when she was 13 years. And
Mr. Royce, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your voice was breaking too much.
To let you know,
Mr. Royce,
myself, I'm getting to 30.
Okay, we lost him there. I was thinking so. And that was a very actually realistic presentation, where he was talking about the natural resource management, like preserving ecosystems such as wetlands and forests that can regulate and mitigate the climatic impacts. Well, we'll do agree with you. And also about the disaster preparedness and the response that he was mentioning about developing early warning systems, emergency responses plans, and the evacuation procedures to address the increased risk of the climatic-related disasters like hurricanes, floods, wild fires, and etc., etc., etc. Well, moving ahead, what he was talking about, plan, policy, and governance that we need to have implemented in developing and implementing the policies and regulations of the local, national, and international levels to promote climatic adaptation and efforts, and to allocate resources to resilience building projects. Thank you, Mr. Royce. It was a very comprehensive presentation, but unfortunately, we missed you there because of the internet. Well, I'm sure we'll become resilient, and then we'll move ahead with the next one. Thank you so much. Well, let's move on. Now, whom should I invite? I don't know whether it's Madam Sandhya Balaji or Dr. S.M.V. Mishra. Yes, to take the lead. Thank you.
It's actually me, but I don't see Hillary over here. My next speaker
It has to be
list
Dr.
is Hillary.
Simi. So kindly speak
Yeah,
up.
right. So I think the speaker that needs to come up is Hillary Wafula, but I
We'll check
don't
for him.
see.
We'll check
Yeah.
for him, and you can call the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, and the next one is Dr. Hussain. I don't see that person either. Dr. Hussain, yeah.
Dr. Hussain, do we see him here?
No.
No. Okay. Moving ahead.
I think then we should actually kind of go to Madam Sandhya.
Yeah, I'll take over. Let's check if Ivan's Dr. Evans Kircha.
Do we have Dr. Evans? Dr. Evans, if you're here, can we have your response, please?
I don't think he's around.
No, I don't think so.
So should I call upon Arnold Niendwa?
No, I think we should give the preference for those who are here, actually. I could see Ms. Sarah, who has been waiting for so long. I think we should give her a chance. She's ready. Ms. Sarah, would you go ahead presenting it now? Ms. Sarah? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, go ahead with your presentation. Thank you so much. Who's
I'm just trying to.
Yes, Ms. Sarah, the floor is all yours. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Shared. Can you
She also has internet problem, I think. Yes, Ms. Sarah? Yes, yes. Ms. Sarbani will present next. Yes. Dr. Simi, please make a note. Ms. Sarbani Mohanty will present next.
Sure.
Ms. Sarah, please go ahead. Or would you like to give the chance?
I would like to be given a chance.
You can share the screen
later. I'm unable to present my presentation at the moment.
You have to go to the start sharing option.
For some reasons, I cannot share the screen, I believe.
It's the green pointer there. Do you see share screen?
Yeah, I am seeing it, but unable to share the presentation. Okay.
Is it working, Ms. Sarah? Ms. Sarah, is it working?
I think she's frozen, yeah?
Yeah, she's frozen. Ms. Sarbani? Ms. Sarbani Mohanty?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I think
Please
we
go
could
ahead, Ms.
go with.
Sarbani. Thank you.
I would like to thank all the dignitaries present here for giving me this opportunity, and I really appreciate the insights that the speakers preceding me gave to this great platform. I consider this a great platform to express my views, keeping in mind the geopolitical world situation and environmental concerns. I have been following podcasts of International Environment Management and Assessment, IEMA, and also the COP 2028 session in United Arab Emirates. I find that the key pointers in this year were about enhancing the share of renewable energy in world energy supply chain. A greener supply chain is the path to an energy efficient world. A greener supply chain is possible with safe decommissioning of nuclear power plants, effective collaboration between the primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors in the economy, use of energy efficient technology, recycling of waste, and ensuring the betterment of people, profit, and planet at large. I believe that nuclear power plants are the safe decommissioning of nuclear power plants is possible with due research and care, there are many research articles which are studying the willingness to pay of different stakeholders of people, and so that the government has the appropriate funding to execute safe decommissioning of nuclear power plants. A sustainable supply chain means making the entire supply chain sustainable right from supply, manufacturing, distribution till it reaches the consumer. Big organizations like L'Oreal and Delta Coffee ensure effective partnership across the supply chain, collaborating with partners who follow sustainable business methods in every stage of their business, be it using less water or be it using environment-friendly practices like organic sources for makeup products. L'Oreal uses only those suppliers who use authentic organic material for manufacturing makeup products. Delta Coffee also has wonderful waste management practices and also has collaboration with those farmers or coffee farmers who follow sustainable business practices. By that, I mean using less water in stages of pulping because coffee has different stages production, and while coffee berries are processed, then water, there is a huge chance that we might overuse water. So reducing water usage and efficiently handling the entire process will help. This is a very interdisciplinary subject and involves aspects of corporate social responsibility, engineering, circular economy, and effective management combined with business innovation. Business innovation, by business innovation, I mean all of us are aware of CSR, engineering, circular economy aspects, but by business innovation, I mean social innovation. Let's say we have sustainable cafes. Starbucks is a sustainable cafe, and day by day, we find that people are opting for sustainable cafes. So I belong to an agribusiness family in Odisha, India, and growing up, I have learned that inclusive growth is the best way to progress in life. When I say inclusive, I mean focus social aspects of life and survival. That is the primary sector. Agrivoltaics, biocar use, and other smart farming techniques with use of Internet of Things are a few ways to ensure smart and sustainable farming with guaranteed high yields. This will help in hunger alleviation, reduce poverty, and make people self-sufficient. Not only that, to be very specific, world is a diverse place and has people from variegated ethnicities, economic backgrounds, and cultures. If we manage to use our human resource to aid in improving our flora and fauna, we gain a lot. This will not only generate effective green employment, but also help reduce impact of climate change. Better healthcare facilities powered by renewable energy will help. Providing poor people with smart farming know-how, helping them get educated is the need of hour. Effective waste management still remains another challenge that needs to be addressed immediately. This stems from people taking their time on planet for granted without understanding climate tipping points. I believe these goals can be achieved by effective public-private partnerships, funded organizations at regional, provincial, and national level to achieve the aim of waste management, education, and smart farming in every country around the world. By smart farming, I mean a use of technological advances like Internet of Things, agrivoltaics. Agrivoltaics is the use of solar panels to increase the productivity of crop and also generate power, electricity. So we are having dual use here if we use agrivoltaics and employ agrivoltaics. Besides this, there is the growing awareness about biocar. Biocar is, for example, poultry litter. Biocar can be used to enhance the productivity of soil. There are different biocar that can be used for different crops and different farming methods. Many countries are agrivoltaics proactively. Example, Germany and India. Agrivoltaics will not only increase agricultural yield, but will also help harness solar power. But the proportion of investment in agrivoltaics, biocar implementation, waste management, education, and smart farming should be properly allocated, and the ratio of fund allocation should be decided after proper deliberation and research by national and international research organizations. The feedback mechanism after everything has been implemented is very important. By feedback, I mean evaluating and assessing the value of each measure adopted at regional, provincial, national, and international level with help of researchers and mass media communication. Mass media communication has a major role to play in strengthening the response in context of sustainable development and efforts. The major stakeholders in the problem that we are dealing with are government, our leaders, who we have chosen, people, researchers, and also mass media in every country. Mass communication has the capacity to deliver the message to the people about climate change, bringing about change and creating awareness about various methods that governments will adopt for their betterment and overall betterment of planet. Mass media forms the bridge between the policies and the understanding of these policies by people and stakeholders. In the era of digital marketing, social media networking and marketing, these things will be easier because it will be easier to reach people and monitor the digital platform for better results. The mass media platforms like TV, newspaper, social media applications like Instagram, Facebook, etc. can help gather feedback from people and help reach that to the people in an effective and in a timely manner. And so also the feedback from people can be relayed back to the governing authorities. Lastly, I would like to end my talk by saying that world is a global family and should deal with this problem of climate change and crisis collectively. Thank you.
Brilliant presentation, Sarbani. I'm really proud of you. Really, really proud of you. You are
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You are
It
such
means
a
a lot.
powerhouse. You are really such a powerhouse. Brilliant it was.
Thank you.
Talking about business sustainability strategies and circular economy, and like started your presentation with examining the holistic impact that it is going to the bottom line and can save the organizations, countries, communities, decision making, and the processes involved. Brilliant it was. Exploring the possibility and the viability of the carbon culture or the capture that effectively means which is almost in line with the business sustainability, analyzing the efficacy of the industry symbiosis, brilliant, and the circular economy in relation to the organization's production processes, brilliant it was. And on the outline, it gave a very collective impact of the framework that creates a shared value of the multiple stakeholders in choice of the country's environment and for a stable economy. Thank you so much, Subanti. Brilliant. You are outstanding. Really. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Madam Sandhya Balaji.
Can we ask Sara Baraki to present and
Yes,
then go
Ms.
ahead?
Sara, are you ready? We could see Mr. Brian, who has joined the floor. Mr. Brian,
Yes,
can
Mr.
present
Brian
if he's
and
ready.
Ruby are also there. Both of them are there.
Yeah.
Miss Ruby.
So, Mr. Brian or Ms. Ruby, who's going to take
Yeah.
the lead?
Yeah, I think we'll go with the order. We'll
Mr. Brian,
ask
I
Miss
think
Ruby
he's,
to speak.
is wanting to.
Okay.
Mr. Brian?
So, Mr. Brian, can you please respond?
She was trying to in between. Yes. Who's a
Yeah,
regional
can you-
coordinator for Greenpeace Africa, who's going to insight upon indicative linkages between mitigation options and sustainable development using SDGs. Mr. Brian, we are waiting to hear from you. Or otherwise should we go ahead with Ms. Ruby?
Yeah, I think we can start with Miss Ruby, and when Mr. Brian responds, we could give him a chance.
Yes, Ms. Ruby, please go ahead.
No, thank you so much for having me here today. It's such an honor. Thank you to the organizers that have made this possible. And thank you to our host and Doc, who has been available during this for wonderful initiative for bringing young people around the world to actually discuss quite a number of issues. I would like to put my topic around climate change and gender. The capacity of building up women, especially when it comes to gender and climate. I would like to give just an insight before I go into my presentation. We had COP28 that happened in December. COP failed to phase out oils completely. And we are talking about changing our transition around fossil fuels. As long as we continue going to the next COP and we do not phase out fossil fuels, we'll still have challenges in terms of addressing climate change and as well as the increment in climate change, global warming around the world. Of course, we saw a failure again for the COP finance adaptation, which had pledged $100 billion per year in terms of adaptation finance between 2019 and 2025. But now we are looking at 2024, which is only a year in between the launch of the climate change finance adaptation. And we have not had anything close to $1 billion. We are also looking at pledges around climate change, which only came to $7 million. And $7 million is nothing. We're just looking at Japan that had a catastrophic earthquake. Japan actually needs $180 billion for damage and loss in order for them to recover what has happened to natural disasters. And we have seen even in the news being told that because of what has happened around the earthquake, a tsunami can come, but we are not sure. But how do we still provide necessities around disaster management for Japan and its people along the coastal seas? We are still not doing that, even as extreme as countries that have enough technology around Japan. We still have seen a mishap in terms of lives lost, damages to infrastructure. We're talking, how can we be sustainable? How can we be resistant? How can we address information? How can we be prepared for local people on the ground? I will still talk about some of the funds that were adapted around COP. COP received only $1.2 billion from only 26 countries. Where are the other countries? These are questions that we as youths need to start asking ourselves. Loss and damage was only added up to $800 million. Only 66 countries were committed to working at reducing in terms of cooling the earth, because most countries are independent on fossil fuels. And the only thing that I saw was really, really pointable for me was tripling nuclear energy capacity by 2050. But 2050 is too far. We're talking of 25 years difference. What happens in the 25 years? How are we going to address climate change and adaptation? And one huge success that I did see around COP was the pledge for the leading role in gender responsive transition around climate change partnership. And only 78 countries signed the Gender Action Plan. We need more women around the gender, climate, and decision-making when it comes to women being at the forefront in the climate change fight. And definitely we are looking at a number of transitions. Women are the most disappropriated when it comes to climate change. We have seen a disaster currently in my country. We have had an outbreak of cholera. Cholera comes about especially during the rainy season. Waste is not properly collected. When we have a lot of densely populated areas, we still are using pit latrines as a way to give ourselves. And because of that, we are now seeing quite a number of infections, especially in densely populated areas. As I'm talking to you today, there has been 4,000 cases of cholera that have been officially being put up. And now we have one of the largest stadiums in the capital city being an epic center. And this is what I was talking about just a few months ago, to say, as long as we do not put up measures in terms of having clean and green campaigns to clean our cities, to clean our drainages, awareness campaigns, cholera is going to come back. And today, this is what we are talking about. We cannot keep talking about cholera when we have policies in place. We can't keep talking about cholera when adaptation policies, disaster management policies are not in place. We need government, we need stakeholders to come into this issue and let us take it seriously. Look at how much progress was done when COVID hit. People pledged so much money. People did a lot of investment awareness. But what are we doing with other communicable diseases? We are not doing much. This is why we're still losing lives even up to today. Yet we are civilized. We have the technology. We have the innovation. We have women in the forefront trying to put up their agenda to end climate change. I was recently on another platform where we were talking about women having the most affected when it comes to climate change and health, because our bodies and they have menstruals. How are we going to help women in Japan who have to have a menstrual cycle? I was just seeing at the statistics that some roads have been damaged. How do we deliver those products to those people? Because remember, after a disaster, we are going to see health impacts such as cholera, such as diseases, such as dysentery still happening because everything has been infected. Your water source has been infected. You may not have clinics nearby. By the time your rescue kits has come, a lot of damage has done. What happens then? We're still talking about now an increment around girls. Girls are now being in the forefront of climate change. Why? Let me enlighten that. We have now seen an increase in numbers, especially in Uganda. I was just doing a research last year where young girls are now being affected by climate change because why? They're now pushing to early marriages because families cannot support the siblings. So what do? They rather get cattle or dowry to support the family and themselves. And here we are now losing a young girl's education. We're talking about empowerment. We're talking about educating a girl child. We are talking about protecting the girl child. Why should now climate change be an impact around the girl child? These are some of the policymakers that we need to now start putting in place. Girls are very, very much affected when it comes to climate change, as well as boys, because they are now forced to go into work at a very young age, and some are forcibly married. So what's the emphasis when we're talking about partnership? We need climate finance. As long as we are not doing much when it comes to climate finance, people that do not even use coal, the villages in our rural areas are the most impacted. But what happens to them? They have no place at the decision-making table. They may not even be given a platform to speak out on their challenges. We intellectualists are the ones that are used in order to be able to speak out against the adversities that are happening. And therefore, I'm looking forward to seeing a more better change when it comes to climate change education, as well as an inclusion for persons with disability, because that's another challenge I have seen, because we are always giving information to us, the able-bodied, but we forget giving information to persons with disability. How do we equip them? How do we make it possible for them to survive disasters? This is what we're talking about. Putting education systems in place, putting policies in place. And therefore, I want to see more governments around the world pledge more towards climate action, because we are facing a crisis of 1.5 degrees. And this 1.5 degrees, if we're not going to be careful, in the next 5 years, we are going to suffer catastrophic climate change events that are happening around the world. I would like to say thank you so much for having me, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Ruby. I was just waiting for you to stop. You know, I could say
no, thank you so much.
Unstoppable. Brilliant it was. What all you covered? I am just trying to recollect. If at all, I'm going to be asked to summarize yours. So it was fabulous, and I think you covered overall everything as such. And I could see a lot of women in you, talking more about women empowerment. On that note, I would like to give the chance to Dr. Simi Mishra, who is more synonymous of women empowerment. Dr. Simi, would you like to summarize her, and then I would like to just
No, I don't think I can match the energy that Ruby kind of brought to the table. And the minute she said gender, I was all ears anyways. So I think Ruby, you did kind of bring about the fact that inclusion not only to the women, but you also brought about people with disabilities and people who are disadvantaged, and whether they are there just because of their gender identity or because of any kind of other problems that they have. I think these are the ones who are going to be marginalized. These are the ones who are going to be impacted the most, and therefore the need for climate funding and the call to action for the governments and policymakers to really kind of, pull up their socks and bring about policies that are really needed by not only your country, Ruby, but I think the world over. We all echo what you really brought to the table. So thank you so much for bringing that thought through.
Really, she was Ruby is one of the gem, the 9 gems.
Yes, I can see that. I can see that
Yeah,
totally.
she was one of the gem of today, definitely.
Yes.
Shining star. Madam Sandhya Balaji, would you like to add on?
Definitely. Maybe I should say that more than the women empowerment and other aspects that she brought out, what I really liked is everything that begins with education, putting the education system right. Being an educator myself, I totally agree with her. Just like how charity begins at home and everything good begins at home, even such kind of education or like it should become synonymous. How to manage a disaster should come as a reflex. It should not be, once we are educating them regularly, we will be able to do it as a reflex. The preparedness to face a disaster will be more among the current and the future generations. Thank you so much, and I really love the way you present. Thank you, Dr. Ruby.
Thank you, Ms. Ruby. So that was fabulous. Thank you. Keep up the good work, and would love to have you for every session. Thank you. Thank you, dear.
Yeah, I don't see Dr. Brian. He put a message saying he's trying to connect back. Meanwhile,
saying that his internet connection is low. He had
yes. So can we move ahead with Sara Baharaki? And we had one more speaker.
Sara, Madam Sara, are you ready?
Well,
Mr.
good
Brian?
afternoon.
Yes.
And good evening,
Yes.
everyone. I am Sara Baharaki, a member of Green Agriculture Youth Organization, and I'm beyond happy and grateful to be part of this amazing conference. I want to first thank the organizing team of this conference for giving the youth this opportunity to have their own voice in this collective action for climate change. And the topic today that I am going to be elaborating on is the indicative linkages between mitigation options and sustainable development. First off, I'm going to be, because of the amount of time that we have to speak, I'm not going to obviously be elaborating on all 17 SDGs, but a couple of them. And also I'm going to make it very short and focusing only on 2 of the mitigation options, which is climate change mitigation and disaster mitigation, both interconnecting together. I want to start off by saying what mitigation actually is. And mitigation is the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions and stabilization of atmospheric heat trapping gases. What the mitigation does is it addresses the sources that these gases are coming from, and also providing the alternative options that are available there to change the situation, or maybe help cut down the carbon being produced. First off, I want to go to the very basic things that is around in our day-to-day lives, like electricity, heat, and transportation. Seeing we all know that the fuel is being burned for achieving the electricity and heat. And going to transportation, we know that everybody is using private vehicles private vehicles that are using petrol and diesel, that again contributes to the pollution. So for the fuel burning for electricity and heat, which adds to the pollution of the atmosphere, the mitigation options there is to transition to more renewable energy, like using solar systems, wind, and hydropower. That reduces the fuel being burned for this, for achieving the energy, achieving the electricity, which cuts the carbon being produced for achieving these. What it helps with is, first off, focusing on SDG 13, which is climate action. Mitigation itself is a climate action. So with that, we're going to be achieving the SDG 13, as well as transitioning to renewable energy or solar and wind. Also reducing the pollution. It also helps with the reducing health issues related to pollution, which again, we are going back to the SDG 3, which is health and well-being. Also, going back to the transportation, as I mentioned, apart from private vehicles that we are using, they add to the pollution being produced. There are as well shipping that the ships that are moving across the oceans daily. Like thousands of ships are moving across the oceans because of the world trade, and ships are also using fuels which are harmful for the life below the ocean and for the water itself, producing acid into the water and make the and carbonize the water as well as acidize the water and the ocean. And it is a danger for the life below the ocean, which again addresses the SDG 14, which is life below the water, and it harms the marine system if we continue using these type of fuels. Instead, we can transition into using the scalable zero emission fuels, which helps this process to continue. The running will continue, but in a much healthier way, both for the water, the oceans, and the life below the oceans, which are the marine system. As well, I can mention about the harm that the acid that these ships are producing in the ocean. It is not only harmful for the livings below the water, but also it kind of in the future will reduce the store of clean water that we're going to have, which goes back to the SDG 6, which is clean water. We might not gonna have it because of the oceans getting polluted and acidized. With that as well, also implementing the energy efficient technologies to help, as well as the electric cars, as I said, for private vehicles, instead of using the cars that produces that is using petrol and diesel, we can use electric cars, which is a great way of innovating and producing electric cars. Can help with that as well. Also, the other mitigation option is afforestation and reforestation, specifically the urbanized areas where there's a lot of people, and obviously we do need oxygen, and the pollution is a lot more than it is in
Hello.
I think we lost her there.
Yeah, ma'am, I think.
Yeah, I think we lost her there. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Sarah. That was quite comprehensive, where we're talking about the mitigation aspects and the strategies which could be implemented in eradicating all these hurdles and moving towards a sustainable future. Well, we'll think about it definitely. And unfortunately, we just missed you in the session. Hopefully, if she's going to join back, and we can give her the next chance as such. So, Madam Sandhya Balaji, who else is to be called as a speaker now? Anybody?
Dr. Brian, I think, is logged back. And then we have
no, he has
Mr.
internet
Shamim
issue.
Beg.
Mr. Shamim Beg. Mr.
Yeah.
Shamim Beg.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible, Mr. Shamim. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am Shamim Bakhtar. I am grateful to the organizers for facilitating this important training session. Before we begin, I would like to extend a sincere apology for an inconvenience today due to some unforeseen technical issues. I am unable to turn on my camera, so I understand that the visual aspect of a presentation can greatly enhance the connection and engagement. And I regret any impact this may have on my session. So before diving into our main discussion, I would like to share a personal observation that highlights the diverse approaches to sustainability across continents. Last year, I had the opportunity to visit an African country, and the experience was eye-opening with comparing it with Asian countries, where I have more extensive experience. The differences and similarities in their sustainability challenges and strategies were striking. So again, thank you for your understanding and for joining me today in exploring the vital topic on sustainable development. So let's make this a productive and engaging session focusing on the power of our ideas and conversation. So let me share my screen.
You have 10 minutes, Mr. Shami.
Okay, all right. So now my screen is able to you all.
Yes, we are able to view it.
Okay.
Please
So
go ahead.
first I would like to tell you something about sustainable development. Means taking care of our earth while meeting our current needs without compromising the future. To do this, we all need to work together, like such session. I think this training is also a part of this journey to collaborate and to keep and bring us together. By combining new technologies and innovative methods, we can find smarter ways to use our resources. So it's important to work with other countries and share ideas, and global problems need global solutions. This approach covers everything from creating economic growth to making such everyone is included and protected our environment. So by doing this, we can tackle our big issue in our environment. So my second slide is sustainable development and power of cooperation, which we can also tell us about pillar of sustainable development. So as we move towards solutions, it's crucial to understand sustainable development through its three core pillars: economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. These pillars offer a balanced framework for addressing the challenges we have discussed. So by focusing on these pillars, we can start building a comprehensive strategy for sustainable development. This approach not only addresses the immediate challenges, but also lays the groundwork for a long-term resilience and prosperity. It's a path that requires collaborations, innovative, and a deep commitment to balancing our economic, social, and environmental needs. So my third slide is about integrating technology and community empowerment. Let's bring our discussion closer to home, to my country and our Asian, especially Pakistan. I belong to Pakistan, that's why I just give an example of Pakistan, and see how the integration of the three pillars of sustainability, economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability can be exemplified through technology and community empowerment. So take the example of the Hunza Valley of Gilgit-Baltistan, a mountainous area in Pakistan, known for its stunning landscapes and progressive approach to sustainability. In Hunza, there's a fantastic initiative where locals are using hydroelectric power to generate clean energy. This project is a beacon of sustainable economic growth. It creates jobs and supports the local economy while also being environmentally friendly. But the true beauty of this initiative lies in its emphasis on community involvement. and social inclusion. The community is not just beneficiary, but an active participant in managing these hydroelectric projects. They are involved in decision making, maintenance, and even in educating others about the benefits of renewable energies. This sense of ownership ensures the sustainability of the project. So my third slide is about my personal journey towards this sustainable development. In the slides, I would like to share glimpses of my personal journey, deeply rooted in the mountainous regions I call home. These mountains with their majestic peaks and deep valleys are not just backdrops to my life, but a constant reminder of nature's delicate balance. Living here, I have witnessed firsthand how change in climate affect both our nature, environment, and local communities. So my experiences range from observing dwindling water sources to seeing the impact of erratic weather pattern of traditional farming. These observations have fueled my commitment to sustainable practices in water conservation initiatives, particularly focusing on integrated conservation and ecosystem ISTOPAS. The project names ISTOPAS. My journey is a testament to the importance of adapting to respecting our natural worlds, underscoring the urgent needs of sustainable development that harmonize with our environment. So in delving into my personal journey within these majestic mountainous regions, I must acknowledge the insights shared by my peers before the Limonia and Atia Hussain, which have significantly shaped my understanding of our local environmental challenges. Limonia, which shares my connection with these landscapes, is rightly pointed out the frequent and severe flooding we experience here. So these floods, while every inspiring in their might, also bring to light the harsh realities of climate change impacts in our region. Atia, on the other hand, has been instrumental in keeping a close eye on the broader climate situation in Pakistan. Her observation and analysis have been invaluable in understanding the diverse and complex environmental challenges we face as a nation. So my fifth slide is about some case study which I have collected from the online data, online websites that have, so that we could find and understand that how the countries are working towards the betterment of the climate change and to overcome the issues. So let's talk about the renewable energy transition in Denmark. So Denmark is basically working in the renewable energy world. They have got these upper ambitious goals to kick fossil fuels to the COP by 2050. And guess what? So they are actually making it happen, especially with the wind power, those homes and the huge wind turbines. So Denmark is all about them. So what's really cool is that they are showing the world is totally possible to switch to clean energy and still keep an economy functioning. It's like they are saying, hey, we can take care of our planet and not break the bank. So they are providing the going green isn't just good for the earth, is good for business too. So next time, if we think in future about renewable energy, think about Denmark, small country, big wind turbines, even big dreams. They are not just taking the talk, they are walking the wind forward for. So as well as like the Pakistan's 10 million tree plantation program is also an example of to overcome the climate change and to resolve the climate change issues in the Asian countries. So in Pakistan, the Billion Tree Tsunami Project initiated by PTA governments in 2018 to 2020. It's a powerful steps towards combating deforestation and tackling climate change head on. So they are the planting of billions endogenous trees all across the country. It's not just about planting trees randomly. It's through our strategy to bring big diverse native species that belongs to Pakistan unique ecosystem. So likewise, I have mentioned 3 more examples. So due to shortage of time, I would not just to explain these 2. So finally, I just wanted to give the last slides about the Uniting for a Sustainable Future. Is how we can make a sustainable future for our incoming generation. So we can work for the sustainable future, both individual and collective action. So individually, every one of us can make a difference. Is simple action like reducing water and energy consumption, choosing sustainable products, recycling, and even spreading awareness about environmental issues are steps in the right direction. However, we must be wary of pitfalls. For example, greenwashing, where products are misleadingly marketed as eco-friendly, can lead individuals to unintentionally harm rather than help the environment. So we should strive to be informed consumers and responsible citizens, understanding the impact of our actions. And collectively, on the sides, systematic change driven by governments, businessmen, and organizations is equally vital. So policies promoting renewable energy, sustainable urban planning, and fair trade practices are examples. However, without proper execution and public engagement, these initiatives can fall short. A classic misstep is prioritizing short-term economic gain over long-term sustainability, leading to policies that might temporarily boost the economy, but ultimately harm the environmental and social well-being. So these all a highlight of my tutorial lecture about how we can make a sustainable future in our society and community. So thank you for the Gnosis team to giving me and this opportunity to share my lecture with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shamim. That was a very comprehensive presentation indeed. Well, I would like to request anybody else to summarize the. Dr. Charles, would you like to summarize his presentation?
Actually, he gave a very sound events concerning what is happening in the USA, about the climate change, about all the necessary things we have been experiencing, which has always been a global issue. We need to thank God for him. I have some points to slot in, as in the climate adaptation, which you all know that it's all about altering our behavior systems, and in some cases the way of life, so as to protect our families and also the environment and the economy in which we live from the impact of climate change. It will also interest us to know that the more we reduce emissions right now, the easier it will be to adapt to the change we can no longer avoid, e.g. roads, bridges, needs to be built and adapted to withstand higher temperatures, as in temperaments, a more powerful storm, Also, systems need to be established to prevent flooding in streets and underground transport. There are some concepts we need to also understand about the climate adaptation, as in the area of adjusting in the ecological, social, or economic system in response to actual or expected climate stimulus and their effects. This also refers to the changes in processes, practices, structures to the moderate potential damages or to the benefit from opportunity associated with the climate change. There are some methods to be adapted as what we call the climate adaptation method. It's all about the measures for mitigating and adapting to climate change by promoting the ecological industry, taxing the use of fossil fuel and CO2 emission markets, looking at the area of agriculture, looking at the area of fishing, livestock, farming, food sustainability, responsible consumption, to the house, roads, which is well as reduce, reuse, and recycle. It also interests us to know that climate mitigation is making the impact of climate change less severe by preventing the emission of greenhouse gases, GHG, into the atmosphere. While climate adaptation is the process of adjusting to the current and future effects of the climate change. There are some benefits we need to look at in the area of climate adaptation, which are positive effects on the biodiversity, on the air quality, on the water management, and the greenhouse gas emission reduction, and the health of well-being. These are crucial and very important, which we also said, appreciating very well. The area of the causes of climate change, which you also put in respect of the global warming. The area of power plants, agriculture, consumerism, gas buying of stuffs, vehicles, transportations, as in the transport, the landfills, offshore drilling, deforestation, very, very important, and overfishing, the area of toxic fracking, and maintaining the forests. All these are very key in causing the climate change, which we also emphasize on its display. And the area of global response, strengthening to eradicate poverty, which they say, which I want to add it to it. We need to eradicate poverty. As regards the SDG goal 1, the need for growth. There's need for growth, which is very paramount. And some of the needs of growth needs to be shifted from the richer segments of the population to the poorest one. Not to only look at the rich, but the poor should be given consideration so as to balance up the situation as the SDG 1, which aim to end poverty in all its forms, everywhere, which we all want. Poverty should be ended. That is the essence. These differences in demarcation is what is causing commotion. We need to do that. That is why we must start now. Its objective includes ensuring that the entire population, and especially these poorest and most vulnerable, have equal rights to economic resources. Equal rights is very paramount. And access to basic services, property, and land control. Very important. Natural resources and new technology. These are key. Of which poverty can also be resolved by adapting to the following. Yes, ensuring clean water, making education a priority. Just like Ruben was saying the other time, trying to cause commotion, using the younger boys, Instead of going to school, we forcing them for farming, forcing them to go and work, go and do all those things. It is not palatable. It's not to be considered. Making education a priority is key. Improving the training of farmers, not just to go and farm, give them training so that they will know what to do, so as not to cause commotion. Establish a gender, which is very important, and reinstate good health care. Good health care is so important. If everyone is healthy, adjust. It is when you're healthy, doing anything before you know, polluting the air. But wherever is reasonable, helping someone should be able to reason very well, not to cause all those things, avoid all those things you need to avoid, so that there will be proper, the environment to be good. Involving all sectors of the government in developing countries and make international aid a bigger part of the legislation. When the legislators are taking rules, they should be able to provide funds to help towards poverty in order to improve the global quality of life, not just within their own sector of the rich. No, they should also consider those that are poor, not to make laws, rules, and avoid those areas. No. And also the area of direct aid need to be given direct aid in the sense that to be able to give direct aid, and giving direct aid, funding needs to go to the direct cause rather than giving a foreign government money for clean water. Solution should be given instead of giving money for solution. Solution should be given instead of giving money for solution. The area of keeping the national market open to trade, very key, very important. And also people abroad and domestically need to speak up. The issue of speaking up. There are some strategies which you must use, which is applicable to the whole for effective solution to poverty. In the area of preventing child marriage, the area of rich children in conflict, in the area of supporting environmental problems, in the area of empowering girls and women, in the area of ensuring basic health care, in the area of providing clean water, in the area of education of children, and the area of improving childhood nutrition. These are key. You know, because of time factor, maybe some other time I'll be able to explain more. May God help us. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Though it was so elaborate, and I think you covered all the points. Few of the points we were not able to hear because of the audio issue. I'm sorry. I think I was thinking only I faced the problem. I think everybody had the same problem. Quite few words were not audible. Sorry about it. I could see Dr. Ikechi was raising his hand. Doctor, would you like to share a few words?
Yes, thank you very much. May I start by greeting everyone, especially the organizers who have mustered every strength and courage to make this event holding today. And I want to also thank the previous speakers who have brilliantly presented one issue that touches on environment and promoting of sustainability and having climate change issues. I wanted to talk about the brain reengineering strategy, which you can see on my back there, on my, when I was listening to the last speaker, it was, I was happy that everything is actually captured in the brain reengineering strategy, which I created recently for the SDG goals agenda of the UN. And he touched on farming. I'm originally an agroeconomist, and I have been playing roles in food security and, how to improve food and agricultural systems. And then while I was creating this model, it looked as if it's a strategy that has everything embedded in it. We have the entire SDG goals. We have, SDG goals 1 and all of that. Now, perception change, which starts the brain reengineering strategy, is broken down in 5 pillars.
I'm sorry. Doctor,
I'm almost done, sorry.
Yeah, definitely. During one of the sessions, we would like to have you hear one of the panel on the advisors. We would like to hear more from you. Definitely, we'll take the inputs from you. Thank you so much. And before we wind up, we have IGEN here. Representation from IGEN. Mr. Niranjan, are you here? They would
Yeah,
like to-
I'm here.
Yes. Okay, please go ahead. And your time starts now. You're given 3 minutes. Is that fine with you?
Yes, hi, good evening, everyone and all present here.
Thank
I'm
you.
Aijan Niranjan from IGEN. I'm going to talk about some projects, what all are the holding on that we are conducting on that IGEN.
You can share
First
your
of all,
screen, Arjun. You can share your screen, Niranjan.
yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you are seeing my
We
screen.
can see your screen. We are.
Yeah, yeah, okay, ma'am. First of all, this is our website. What is the IGEN, the IGEN.org, and we are conducting more project like IGEN Talk for SDG and IGEN Energy 99 Challenge, IGEN Cycle for Green. We are having more than projects and we are working on it. And then what is the IGEN Talk for SDG means? In this SDG project, the globals of pilot project IGEN Talk for SDG is raised public awareness about UN Sustainable Development Goals. What all are the means? The persons needs to know about the SDG goals and they needs to talk about the SDGs. What all are the things are there and like no poverty and zero hunger is there means the food needs to consider on that place that is the projects to what we need to implement there means we need to talk about the SDGs projects, and this is the one type of project. And then we have Energy 99 Challenge. I think you all know about a previous section itself. We introduce our Energy 99 Challenge version 1.0. This is the version 1.0. I think we need to save electricity by the 9 mantras. This is the 9 mantras: mantra 1, mantra 2, mantra 3, mantra 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mantras is this. And recently we have launched that version 2.0. That is Energy 99 Challenge version 2.0. This is our second project, and we have another one project also, the IGEN Cycle for Green. In this project, the pilot project of IGEN Cycle for Green aim to raise the public awareness about the global warming through cycling and encourage people to pledge to take the green actions. And behalf of in our team, IGEN Krishna, I think you know about the IGEN Krishna. He crossed that 1,000 kilometers by cycle itself, and he created awareness to the 100 red shop to green shop. He converted the red shop to green shop by cycling itself and converting the awareness about the SDGs and by cycling through that. This is the projects, and we have more than projects, and we have the IGEN Green IGEN Green Day 2023 is there, and we recently we conducted IGEN Green Day about that, and we also have more than projects like IGEN Energython. We conducted that, and IGEN IBD awards and UN water consumptions. That like we are conducting a more information and a more project like that. This is our website. If you need to what are the things means, if you need to join this project and you need to work means, just go through this website, and you need to participate in a Talk for SDG means just go to this link and register through this link itself, and we can able to catch up on that communication, and we will
guide you to how to do that projects and how to get the pilot project certificates, that and all. And then the one more specifically in this energy 99 challenge, we can able to save a 36 kilo unit per year for 99 99 hours in a 99 days. We need to create awareness to 99 public to reduce the per day 1 kilo per day 1 unit per day. We need to reduce 1 unit of current. This is the project, and in this project specifically the carbon credit certificate also we can able to get, and more than the IGEN energy 99 challenge certificates and carbon certificates, and then is this a lot of the projects. This is one we are conducting, and we are working on it. And thank you for your valuable time to give this opportunity to present the screen for that. What is the hygiene we are related for that, working on it. And this is not an energy. We conducting a more project and we are working on it. But I have a short time, so I can able to give this much of projects only now. Okay. If I get more time, means I will share you later in that. And I will share you the chat box. In chat box, I will share you the website link also. Go through it, and you can able to participate, means participate on that. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So again, it was a chance given for our community partners to show exactly what they are doing actually towards the sustainability and their projects. And I would like to mention a word here. This is a total group which is run by the students, of the students, for the students. Actually, that's what is happening. Religiously, they are doing it, and under the stewardship of Dr. Ramesh. He is spearheading, he is guiding, he is monitoring the students' work, but it is a total, in toto, from start to stop, the whole thing is done by the students who are taking it forward to the community, and they are actually doing it. And we, in whichever way possible, that we are extending all kind of support to them. Thank you. Thank you so much, and nice to hear from you, Niranjan. Thank you so much for that valuable time. Well, today I think we have heard from so many of them. I would like to hear from Ms. Ermi from IAU. So what do you think about the session and your feedback? Thank you.
Was a wonderful session. Congratulations. Congratulations to all speakers. And I'm happy because I hear about plantation. Because as you know, in IIU, we have a big project, Let's Plant Around the World. Then we has planted more than 20,000 trees in all corners of the world in same day, different hours. And planting billions of trees worldwide is the less expensive, we can say like this, solution to combating the climate crisis. A global planting program, I think, could eliminate quite a large part of the emission from the atmosphere resulting from human activity. And even it will take maybe decades for the new forest to reach at maturity and reach their potential, I think will be an important action that we can start at the global level. And yes, we need more forests to remove the current excess of carbon from the air. But planting trees cannot be used as justification for the addition of other emission. We need drastically reduce to the use of fossil fuels because we talk about biodiversity, we talk about nature, all means nature, all means mother nature. Stop it deforesting and bring about radical reforms in the industry responsible for emission, for the emission of CO2 intensive. I think it's one of the most important action that we can do. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
thank you
If I'm
because
not going to stop
give
you,
this.
yeah, if it is possible, can you share about the school that you've come up?
Yes.
I want our students and our viewers to know about the school, please.
James International School is an inclusive school. We promote a global curriculum that, and we study about the nature. Yes, we study ecology, and we are an SDG school. We have a lot of project plantation. Here we have a forest that we plant in April. Life Forest is the name. Why life? Because life forest, because life means everything. Life means earth. And I invite you all, maybe in the next project BICAP, you can visit our school, our students. You are welcome. You are welcome all. You will be happy to be surrounded from the love of our students. They are so curious. And we have almost in every month an guest from other countries. And we make exchange of knowledge, exchange of language. And we understand also that the language is not a barrier. It's not a barrier. Education don't have
and
boundaries.
The most exclusive thing about the school is no fees for students.
Exactly. Exactly.
No fees for students. It's not like marching towards sustainability and they are already there. It's not like towards, it's not going towards it and they are already there. So what I would like to say is it was a fantabulous, and that's how we are united on this platform as community partners. Each and every one has their own significance in every single way for the way they are contributing towards the community. And each one of the person who is sharing this platform today is so very exclusive that they are being exclusive by being their own, be it Dr. Charles, be it Dr. Mishra, Simi Mishra, be it Madam Sandhya Balaji, be it Ms. Ermi, be it Ms. Virginia, anyone. And Mr. Royce, I cannot miss you there. And also Ms. Nada, Dr. Nada, Dr. Inga, and also about am I missing out anyone? No, Dr. Renuka also, everyone is so very exclusive and they're contributing towards the community, definitely. So Jessica, who has been the pillar of support through and through, Dr. Stigda Kadam, everyone has contributed towards the community. More than anything, the gem in the crown is the students today, who are the youngsters, the youth who have contributed towards the community today on this platform, talking about the importance of sustainable protection, consumption and operation methods, exploring the potential, the technology and the innovation to enable business sustainability and to support sustainable development, be it examining the models of the frameworks and the strategies to drive the national and international decision-making policies in the face of facing the global issues and arriving at a climatic change solutions, determining the sustainability risks and opportunities from the strategic perspective, and evaluating the impact on the multiple stakeholders, assessing the existing national and the international regulations, reporting measures, standards surrounding environmental best practice and applying them in the organization level, investigating and contributing towards the sustainability leadership and competencies needed to implement the climatic risk processes for the long-term value and the international external stakeholders, and also about the sustainable improvement. Thank you so much. That was quite, it was a mind-blowing session, I would say. If you allow me, I would like to go on forever and forever, but still, in India, it's already crossed 10:30. That shows the passion. The students who are here, the youngsters who are here, have really stood by that word. Child is a father of a man. Today, they've shown exactly how passionate they are and how they are going to lead the country forward, the generation forward, the future forward, such that we can always believe that the future is always in the safe hands. And definitely, I'm so proud today. I'm overwhelmed with joy for all the kind support that everyone has extended towards us for this initiative. And each and every one is a valued member, is so very exclusive being here on this platform. Over to Madam Sandhya Balaji and Dr. Simi Mishra to conclude. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Simi?
Yeah.
You want me to go first? So I just have words of gratitude. And it was a great pleasure and with great enthusiasm that I saw that each one of us who had become a part of the COP 2030 Youth Ministry, which is was our highly anticipated youth climate conference today. We saw that not only individuals but the collective force actually kind of coming together to address the most critical challenge of our time, which is climate change. In this room, we had extraordinary assembly of young minds, activists, experts, visionaries who come to share a common purpose. And what we did was we ignited certain meaningful discussions, took an exchange of ideas, and also a pledge to drive actionable solutions towards a sustainable future. Our commitment to climate action was not only just a call of duty, it was an urgent call to safeguard the planet for the generations to come. And I'm so happy to say that, the youth did not fail us. This conference served as a platform for the youth, the driving force, I think, behind this positive change, and a platform that helped them amplify their ideas, their voices, and to also show concern over the kind of solutions that are there and to share some of the innovative solutions that they are coming forward with. And I hope that, soon they would be collaborating on strategies that transcend the borders. Our agenda was to encompass a spectrum of topics, and I think we actually met that. From understanding the impact of climate change on our communities to exploring the avenues for sustainable development and forging partnerships that truly make a difference. So once again, as we embark on this journey together, and this is only the first session in the series, let's be inspired by the collective energy in the room that has the energy and the harness to propel a lot of change. The challenges we face are formidable, but at the same time, they are not such that they are beyond our capacities and specifically our collective capacities to overcome them. The youth has historically been in the forefront of all the transformative movements so far. And today we think we are in a place where we can proudly and safely and truly feel comfortable that they will continue the legacy in the fight against the climate change. So once again, thank you everyone, specifically the organizers of the COP 2030 Youth Ministry. I think we will continue to see shared dedication to climate action to be the driving force and to shape a sustainable and resilient future for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. That was wonderful. Yes, Madam Sandhya Balaji.
So, Dr. Simi has nailed it, all that I had to say. So
sorry, that was
many
not
of
the
you, it's
intent.
early evening. For some of you, it's close to dinner time, and we are almost towards bedtime. So without taking much time, I would just say a big thank you, because first we are grinding these ideas into the youth, which will again be forward to many other youth across the world, which is the most needed and first part of the solution. And we are the ones who are the part of the problem. We ourselves are creating the solution for it, for which I'm most grateful to God and all the organizers to make this and keep this planet clean and green and without any disasters.
Yes, before we wind up today, I think we should say hip hip hooray to IGEN, because as Dr. Shimi was mentioning, the Zoom link didn't work and everybody was waiting and everybody was mentioning, I'm waiting in the lobby, I'm waiting to get in. It was Niranjan. I think we should really clap for Niranjan. Please put your hands together. Niranjan initiated saying that, ma'am, I would just create the link and go ahead with the thing. That was fabulous. Thank you so much. God bless you, my child.
Yeah.
Really, that shows that we are. And everyone has pulled in. Royce came in and he said, okay, fine, ma'am, I will just send it to all speakers so that they will be able to log in. So it was a collective effort that shows that collectiveness will definitely help us to resolve any challenge that we are going to face it. That's what is all about. And as Dr. Simi was mentioning, today's topic to conclude, climatic adaptation is essential because even with global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, mitigation, some level of climatic change is already locked in due to past emissions. So therefore, adapting to these changes is necessary to protect communities, economies, and ecosystems from the impacts of the climatic change. So on that note, with another topic that's more crucial for the future, that is climatic finance, we are going to meet you all on next Sunday with the wonderful team that we have. Thank you so much. Good night, and it's all fabulous. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Good night. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Yes, Niranjan, thank you.